Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Green. And I'm waiting for Torty in our YouTube room to tell me he can hear me. And the rest of you in YouTube and see my screen. All right, guys, as I wait on that, make sure. Okay, thank you, Torty. That's your job every morning. You know that. Okay, guys, so kind of an interesting one right now with Starbucks, SBUX. Not an earnings play, but looks like they sort of poached the CEO from Chipotle. So the guy's gone from chicken to coffee. This is the CEO from Chipotle, CMG, is taking over at Starbucks. I don't know how planned this was, but anyway, there's Starbucks. However, look at this, getting right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 88.09, so it's sitting right on that 200-day moving average. Will that stop it? And then on the flip side, we've got CMG, Chipotle, moving down through the 200-day moving average. A little bit of it's rallying somewhat. Actually, it's a decent rally, 49.40, 51.71. And they've announced somebody named Scott Boatwright as the interim CEO. Yeah, so this is abrupt. This is abrupt. Okay, this was not planned. So the guy leaves Chipotle, goes to Starbucks. The old CEO abruptly stepped down. Okay, don't see that too often. And meanwhile, yeah, the PPI number came out at 8:30. So far, the market's reacting well. PPI number came out at 8:30. Again, that was right there, 8:30. Now I got to talk about GNLN before I forget. Whew. Guys were in the room yesterday. Like craziness, really, absolute craziness. So GNLN, you don't know, this got up to 2075. This was one that I was able to get right around a little over $8. Now I did not hang here, but then if you didn't get out before the market closed, I mean, that just got slammed down. About 3 minutes before the market closed, they decided to do a financing, $6.5 million private financing. They couldn't wait till the end of the market. Just really, really strange to me. But anyway, that was the GNLN. What a run, though. I mean, from 8 to 21 and earlier. I mean, at 8, it was already up a lot. So I am going to keep an eye on it. I want to see what happens with it today. The CEO acquires 12,500 shares at 260. Wow, nice job. 266 a share. Of course, that's what it was before. And that's basically where it was the day before yesterday. TME, guys. TME is an earnings play. TME is an earnings play. Tencent Music is an earnings play coming into the 200-day moving average. If you just see a glimpse of that green on my daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. The number is actually 1123. So it's getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. And this is an earnings play. You hit hard on earnings. It's a big float, 1.1 billion in the float to be down 13%. That's a big number. And HA, I think HE had earnings yesterday, and this must have lifted HA. But anyway, right now, HA is down through the 200-day moving average. Excuse me, through the 200-day moving average. Not an earnings play. If William were here, I don't know if William is in the room. SYRS. I don't know what else they've got going on, but they just got hammered on the data following clinical trial update. Phase 2. I don't know what else they've got going on with the company. Hello, William. If you're feeling better, we're getting on the road to recovery again. But anyway, this is the SYRS. Now, this one I don't understand at all. I read this a few times. PMD. So when I first read this, plans to cease the registration of common stock. So when I read that, I thought, okay, maybe they were looking to do a financing. They were looking to do a financing, and now they're not going to do a financing. Now they're going to do a proposed reverse stock split. But then I also saw something about delisting from NASDAQ. So plans to terminate the registration. So we've seen this before, but here we go. And to delist its shares of common stock from trading on NASDAQ. Okay, so they don't want to. Okay, they don't want the expense of being a public reporting company. I get it. So what do we do now? Nothing, I guess. I mean, it can be a trade. I mean, it's up 25%. So it's not just that they're not going to do a financing; they're also going to delist. Yeah, I read that, Casa, but it's the deal that they want to delist, though. Also, they want to they basically want to go private, I guess. Or maybe they're going to OTC. MKDW was an active one last week. So this is up 26%. A lot of volume. Look at that volume. 1.7 million in the float. 8.7 is traded already. This must be some heavyweight. Ming Chia Huang. Sorry if I butchered that pronunciation. Reported a beneficial ownership stake of 1.9 million shares. I'm going to keep an eye on the PSIG. That was the other one. Didn't get into it yesterday. This was the one that I thought might have a run, but then the GNLN did the financing, and I completely forgot about it. But the PSIG got up to, I think, 250. Actually got up to 280 yesterday. Down today, but it's another one of these China stocks, low float. And Lay's, now I think it popped up and down, and I think Mr. Chu did a heck of a job shorting this at 6. And so surprised to see there were a lot of shares available for me in Interactive Brokers. It went too quickly. It went too so quickly up and so quickly down. That is the LASE. We had some news this morning. Laser Photonics and Boston Engineering announced a partnership to equip naval robotic crawler with laser technology. So that is the news for land. This has just been on a huge run from the 24th of July. This was a $1.50 stock. And this morning it did get up to 613. It's pulled right back down. Excuse me, it has pulled right back down. Still up 6.9%, but it is pulled way back from that high. All right, Draw is mentioning SRAT. I saw it, but I don't see it. Do I see it anywhere here? There it is, SRAT. So SRAT is an earnings play. Yeah, one of the few stocks we see out of Switzerland. So this is an earnings play, SRAD. I'm going to have to reload it. I don't know what the float is. Just give me a moment. So it's a big float, 147 million in the float. That's a big move, 13% with that float. All right, thank you, William. So not a lot of hope for SYRS. I mean, it can still bounce today, just because it can be a trade or something. But as far as a company going forward, doesn't look good. So that's a big move for SRAD with that size of a float, and it's an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. Uh, green trades. We're talking about SYRS. SYRS. This one right here. I was wondering about negative data, phase three, bad data. We're wondering, okay, is that all they got as a company? All right, AILE. This is also starting to move now. Yeah, look at all the volume coming in now. The AILE above yesterday's high. This was hit hard yesterday, and now it's above yesterday's high. So, I mean, obviously it's got room if it wants to keep running. I mean, the next high is 6 from 429. Not saying it's getting there, but see if there's any. Oh, this was his iLearning, trading higher after the company. So this is actually an earnings play. Okay, it's actually an earnings play. Released earnings pre-market, reported better than expected Q2 sales results. So that is AILE, and it's probably a low float. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I don't know what happened with my single stock window. I've got to. So there's the float, 24 million. So it's pretty low float. 45%. Wow, that is a big move. Obviously, I was looking for news on this one yesterday. I could not find any. Why it was down so much? All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with them. All right, guys. So, wow. Okay, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 90% in red. That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Interesting. Look at tech. 91% are up from yesterday's close. Communications, 83%. Certainly, energy right now is the weakest sector as we start. Now, this can all change. This once this market opens, but right now, energy is the weak sector. And I now want to see where XLE is in relation to its 200-day moving average. Probably below now. Yeah, actually, a little bit above. A little bit above that green line there. So still above. Let's take a look at XLK. That's the other one that was very close. So it maintained. It's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. And then the other one is consumer discretionary, XLY. I think XLY is definitely below. So XLY, so far, XLY is the only one that's below the 200-day moving average, but energy and tech, flirting. So CXAI, I don't even know if I mentioned this one. I know I didn't. I forgot. It's right at the top of the list. After the company announces strategic, of course they do, a strategic agreement with Google Cloud. Okay, but a multi-million dollar deal with Google Cloud, a multi-year, multi-million dollar deal agreement with Google Cloud. Now, of course, what you'd love to see is a quote from somebody at Google Cloud, Google, but we don't. We only see the guy from CXAI. Anyway, for what it's, I mean, you know, 12 million in the float, 50 million have traded, and it is an well, it's yeah, it's an earnings play also. Yeah, it's an earnings play also, but obviously the news really is all about this deal they've got with Google Cloud. And the other one is ONON. ONON. This was a gap down, an earnings play gapping down. ONON. Now I can't find it, so it must be not down that much. Oh, it's up now. Okay, so I saw it when we did this. It was an earnings play down, and wow, I mean, this has gone from 33 to 40. Now, this is what I saw. This is what I have it on my notes, an E gap down, but it has come right back up, and now it's actually gone positive. That is a big change. Big float, 197 million. I know BuzzFeed had earnings. I believe BZFD had earnings. Yeah, so a little pop here, 18%, pretty low float. Yeah, I see ZPTA here, ZPTA also here. Yeah, a little it's a real cheap one. Okay, so it's under a dollar. That's why I didn't see it before, I guess. Biosurfer, good morning. V triple E. Okay, what is this one doing now? V triple E, another cheap one. Okay, under a dollar. My guess is CCLD is another one under a dollar. No. Okay. Cloud. Not a lot of volume yet. This is actually an earnings play, though. Interesting. I don't think I've seen this one before. CCLD, an earnings play, and it's up about 13%. Not a lot of volume yet. Wow, Starbucks is now through the 200-day moving average. Where are you? Starbucks? Yeah, Starbucks is through the 200-day moving average. 8809. So there's that green line right there. So now it is through the 200-day moving average. Interesting. And let's take a look at Chipotle. So they don't often see this. I said this earlier if you weren't in the room. The Chipotle CEO abruptly left the company to become the CEO of Starbucks. So here's CMG down and Starbucks up. They're talking about their John's talking about CMR, SMR, trade of the week. Yeah, it's getting closer again to the trigger. It did trigger yesterday, but the trigger is was 950, so it's getting closer again. Mr. Real, good morning. Excuse me, good morning. Oh, I forgot to get the pre-market actors into the room. Not a lot of volume on this one, guys, but this is another earnings play. LWAY, another earnings play. Again, not a lot of volume, only 8,000 shares. They released earnings this morning. A little pop up, well, not a little pop up, 24%, but on obviously very low volume. I mean, I keep thinking Starbucks is going to fade, but I'm surprised it took out the 200-day moving average. Let's see what happens. What I'm going to do is put an alert at the 200-day moving average and see if it gets back down there, which is at 8809, maybe about 8846 as it maybe starts to come back down. It may not. I mean, it may just run all day. Okay, this is this Hudson Bay Minerals? Yeah, Hudson Bay Minerals. HBM is also an earnings play right at that 200-day moving average. I thought it would be a big float. It is a big float, 350 million in the float. So sitting right on that 200-day moving average, or just a little bit below it. 685 is the 200-day. I don't think I mentioned VSAT, guys. VSAT might be an earnings play, maybe not. It's a gap down, so I must have seen it in here somewhere. There it is. So VSAT is not an earnings play, but this is a pretty big tumble right now, 15%, 100 million in the float, good volume already. So VSAT, going to see what, if any, news today on VSAT. I don't see any. Had a decent last 3 days, but I don't see any news. Oh, thank you. Okay, VSAT. Thank you, Casa. I missed that. Interesting that it's not here in. Huh. Oh no, it's certain. I don't. I shouldn't say. Oh, I'm sure some of you must be in this one. Oh, true. Okay. Well, so Serve is having a bit of a pop here. It's the RV, my big swing trade. Actually, it's an earnings play. Okay, didn't realize that. So it's an earnings play. Actually, it's not an earnings play. It is an earnings play after hours, post market. Okay, so it's not an earnings play yet, but maybe there's some enthusiasm being drawn into it. I don't see any other news. Okay, now there's Starbucks starting to move down, getting closer to that 200-day moving average. 8809, 8809 is the 200-day. So, I mean, I just have my doubts it's going to hold, but I may be completely wrong, of course. The next high looking left is around 92 on the weekly chart or so. All right, guys, what I want to do now is to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Okay, guys, give me a moment, just rearranging some things on my other monitor. Okay, and again, if you have our AI, guys, this is all I would do, just have this, have this window up and running, okay? The strategy trades all. How to load it? Oops, just give me a moment as I move these down so we can see my toolbar. So how to load it? Click on new, and then three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window you should see. You might have different headings, column headings, but this is what you should see. And in the filter, I would have none, okay? So there's a little drop, a little down arrow. Click on that. If you've got anything checked, I would uncheck it. I think you should see the trades all day long. And notice it's blank right now. No alerts until at least 9:40, and that is by design. Okay. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. And I'll be toggling back and forth between these two races. The biggest winners from the open, which are has no float, like there's no float minimum or maximum, no market cap, but in here, minimum market cap. This one has a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So it's a large cap gainers from the open. I'll be toggling back and forth all day long between the two of them. They will start at 9:30. Well, JetBlue just got hammered yesterday on that beef financing. Is it still moving down? Yeah, still moving down 5%. All-time low, probably. Not quite a lifetime low. Well, Starbucks is surprising me again. Starbucks is again popping up. A little bit closer to the 200-day moving average, but still moving higher. 1 minute. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I guess we should keep an eye on this LASE. I mean, LASE, I mean, it had a massive pop quick and then right back down. It is still positive, but, this popped up on big volume too. There was a lot of volume on that. Excuse me, about 249,000 shares. It moved up to $6, but immediately fell. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So let's see what's happening. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention. Megan, I've got this on my list. MIGI. MIGI. I forgot to mention that one. Big day yesterday. Onion is on the move. Yeah. ONON. Now, it may be coming into some resistance on the weekly chart. Looks like the next high over here is around 42.45. All right, VSAT making new lows here, guys. VSAT making new lows. VSAT now looking left. The next low, it's getting close to, I think, 1710 or so. 1726 is the next low looking left. If it takes that out, then the next low looking left is 1655. And that is for VSAT, VSAT. Opening candle for the SPY. So far, so good. Got a bit of it. We're starting to fade a little bit here, but all right, we've got some halts already, guys. So CTOR, CTOR. This is a SPAC, I guess, that turned into CTOR. Yeah, it was 10x keen, so this has turned into CTOR, and immediately it's halted. And here's another one, TILA, TELA, halted on the way down. And this is an earnings play, actually. CXAI. So it's listen, it is a eye-catching press release. There's no question. And let's see if it, the 74 million or 74% on a multi-million dollar deal with Google Cloud. They don't exactly specify multi-million. That could be 2 million. Could be a multi-year, could be 2 years, $2 million. I mean, it could be. But no question about it, it's an eye-catching press release. And it's a low float, 12 million in the float, 23 million is traded already. All right, let's take a look at this on the weekly chart, see where it could go. There's a high right there of 291. So that would have to take that out. And then if we can take that out, the next high is 347. And we're not talking about, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but those are your levels to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, the SPY is having a nice little rip here, guys. This is a great rip. Wow, Starbucks. I'm surprised. I got to admit, I am surprised at this continued move here. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 94.57. So about $1 to the next high on the monthly chart. He must be, JK. He must be. I mean, you rarely see something like that. Two major companies, Chipotle and Starbucks, and the guy just leaves abruptly from Chipotle to Starbucks. And as the CEO, like sort of basically, when being the CEO of Chipotle, now he's the CEO of Starbucks. Well, I mean, if you look at Chipotle, I mean, I mean, I know they did their forward split, but this was an awesome. I could not believe how well it had done. So we obviously steered them in the right direction for quite a while. Okay, guys, Origenics breaking above yesterday's high in a big way. This was actually an earnings play yesterday. Okay, this was an earnings play for yesterday and continuation. Really, it's a continuation now. It's had a great. Well, this is the third day. It's a low float, 5 million in the float. Boy, Chipotle now, guys. CMG is now getting through 50. Getting through 50, right at 50. I think this is the pre-market low is about 49.48. Just stick an alert in that area and see what happens. If it does take that out, because then the next low for CMG is 47.75 ish on the daily chart. I got to tell you, I mean the ex CEO, new CEO of Starbucks, so ex CEO of CMG is now the new CEO of Starbucks. He must be his ego must be taking a big pop this morning. He leaves his company, the stock plummets. The new company, the stock soars. How would you like to? I mean, he's obviously must be a superstar. Oh, Wyatt, yeah, you know what? I didn't go through my entire list. I do have Toyo on the list. Wyatt is mentioning Toyo, Toyo. I think those is an all-time high. Yeah, lifetime high for Toyo. Shoot, I forgot to talk. It's on my list. I know I put it up here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Toyo, yeah. TOYO, Japanese stock. Don't know what the float is. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but I'm trying to see. I don't see any specific news for it today. Well, we have 12 million. Okay, we have 12 million in the float for CXAI. All you have to do is go to, I'll give you the website if you want confirmation for these low floaters anyway. Here's your website, okay? Dilution tracker. And what they've got for it is, let's see if it's about the same as ours. Yep, same. We've got 12 million, 12 million, excuse me, 12 million. They've got 12.2 million. So it's about the same. And Toyo, wow. Nice, nice spot there, Wyatt. Man, I had that on my list. I didn't talk about it. And it was I have Toyo gap up and in brackets ATH, meaning all-time high. All right, well, there's CMH, guys, or CMG, sorry. Well, let's see where Toyo could. So what you're seeing here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen you see here, nothing. Okay. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price 722. Can't see the symbol, but it is Toyo. This is supposed to tell you where it could open. No clue yet. Okay. Normally they are 5 minute halts. So if it is a 5 minute halt, that'll open in 9:44 plus 49 seconds. Okay, Miggy. Yeah, MIGI. So Miggy, MIGI. Let's take a look at the monthly chart just to a little confirmation of where it could go. So the next high, yeah, 294. So there is room. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but at least there is room on the monthly chart, or almost up to $3. Okay, now, man, this? I think this is halted on the way down. What a lot of nonsense on this one. Look at this. I mean, look, you had the initial pop. Where this is LASE, big pop right up to $6, fell almost immediately, and now it is being halted on the way down. All right, guys, Miggy, MIGI. And those of you with the AI, you know why I am talking about it. Okay, so all right, let's take a look at Toyo. This is one that I could get into depending on how it opens. Well, right now, interesting. Right now, it's suggesting it'll open lower than the halt price of 722 at 692. But so this is how I could trade this one. Not now, unless it. No, this is way too crazy. It was halted at 722. If it had broken down through 722 a little bit and then popped above it, I would have probably taken the trade. But this is way below it now. Not usual. Usually the first halt is pretty good, but look at the spread. I mean, it's a tough spread too. 640, 678. Usually the first halt is pretty good, meaning that where it gets halted, when it resumes, usually the first halt will pop above the halt price. Not in this case, not yet anyway. And it's a tough spread. Okay, guys, all I'm doing right now, I mean, the CMG, I actually tried to get this. I couldn't get it where I wanted to. I tried to get it around 49.30, and I couldn't get the fill I wanted as a short. We'll see what happens here at 49 for CMG. You know, I mentioned this one, LWAY. This is an earnings play. It had no real volume in the pre-market. The volume is starting to pick up. It's not huge, but it is 19 times normal. This is, and it's a low float, 42%. Elway, not John, but Elway, LWAY. Is Snap showing up anywhere? Let me go to the biggest. Ooh, shoot. Went ahead. This did not start. Let's take a look. I haven't seen it, but let's take a look for Snap. Yeah, one of the reasons it's not showing up for me, and it's barely trading normally. Okay, 1.09 on the relative volume. So that's the reason it's not really showing up for me anywhere. But that doesn't mean it's not good to trade. I mean, but one of my filters, the only one that doesn't have relative volume is in here. Okay, and I'm not seeing it here yet. But all of my other scans have got a relative volume in them, and that's just too low. But again, it doesn't mean it's bad to trade. Look at Unity Software. So this was an earnings play a few days ago. Nice pop on earnings. Now, I'm sure a stock like this is probably following the market. Okay, a lot of stocks are going to probably look like this, following the market. Cat on a swing trade. Okay, this is from Wyatt in our YouTube room. It won't be for me, but let's take a look. 349 or 350 is the next high looking left. I guess I see what you're looking at here. Well, that Toyo got ugly quickly. Man, Miggy got ugly quickly also. I'd be trying to look at the large cappers today. So LWAY, I mean, look at the room it's got on the monthly, but let's take a look at the weekly chart for it. And yeah, I mean, it's got room. $17 or so is the next high for LWAY on the weekly chart. Boy, a lot of room underneath for SRAD. Not a lot, I shouldn't say that. It looked a lot worse. $10, $10 underneath for SRAD, SRAD. Yeah, this has the chance. I mean, I'm going to stick an alert up in this area for CXAI and see if later on it takes it out. Again, it is an eye-catching headline. Whatever it really means, I don't know, but and certainly the float is low enough, 12 million. DAR, guys, DAR is not an earnings play, but it is on the move a little bit here, $41 or so next high on the weekly chart, which is the same as on the daily, approximately. Now, I do see that Toyo has bounced, but I mean, you got to be really careful with that one, TOIO. All right, watching CMG to see how well it holds under 49. Okay, CMG, I'm really, I'd like to take this short, but it's popping over 49 now. So what I'll do is just put a little price alert underneath 48.84 and see if it takes it out again. I do agree with those of you who are watching the CXAI that if it can get through 3 with any authority, some volume, it could really pop it. Meanwhile, what's our market doing? Our market is still has not given anything back yet. All right, here's another one that was halted, AIFF. This looks like another SPAC, guys. Yeah, that turned into AIFF because when you look at it, it looks like it's an IPO today, first day trading, but it was trading in the pre-market, which is your clue that it was a SPAC. Okay, BAX is on the way down. BAX is on the way down. The next low looking left is around 34. So might be some support there for BAX. All right, URGN. What could it do? The next high is 1573. Little bit of room. It is an earnings play. It's a terrible spread. 1520, 1541. Terrible spread. Look good. I'm looking at that transition. You're looking at my go no go charts, which I will explain in a bit, but they're nice transition from aqua to blue, but the spread is just keeping me out. Well, the CXAI guys, I mean, again, if it takes out three in any sort of authority, this could really rip for a while anyway. I mean, the next high, it's not that far away. 347. Shoot. It drives me crazy. I mean, the spread kept me out of this, but look at it now. URGN. I mean, the spread is still not great, but it just ripped URGN. Saying Walmart is in free fall. Really? WMT is it's not an earnings play, is it? They have earnings. They do have earnings coming up a couple of days from now. Well, Thursday, pre-market Thursday for Walmart, WMT. All right, guys, CMG. CMG again. Okay, CMG. What I say again, underneath 49. I just disregard it, Alex. If the spread is too on a cheaper stock like that, I just disregard it. I'm not gonna stare at it because even if the spread tightened, it doesn't mean it's going to tighten forever. Okay, it could tighten for a bit and then just widen again. So I usually just kind of later on in the day, sometimes the spreads will tighten up, but yeah, I just lose interest very quickly if something has a spread like that. Come on, CMG. Clean energy? Is this clean? No. Yeah, it is clean energy. CLNE. Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. CMG guys. Clean energy, CLNE. This is I've followed this one for a long time, years and years ago when clean energy was supposed to be the big deal. Well, this company anyway, but it's a huge float, 164 million in the float, but it's having a pop for some reason. Some volume is coming in to CLNE. I mean, that's a lot of volume. Okay, CMG guys, working not badly. Mm. Is that their business model for clean energy, modifying cars? Whoa, GNL, yeah, GNLN is popping. So is Starbucks. The tale of two. Here we go. So here's Starbucks on the move up, CMG on the way down. Again, CMG. If you don't know, CMG CEO bolts from CMG to become the chairman or the CEO of Starbucks. Yeah, you're right. I'm getting excited here. GNLN is popping now. It's still down for the day. If it went positive, which is 60 cents a wave, and this thing can really move, of course. Okay, so there's the close yesterday. Okay, 1167. I'm going to stick an alert right in that area to see if it can take out yesterday's yesterday's close. See if it gets to positive. It's a very low float. A lot of volume coming in too. Look at the volume pouring in here, guys. 348,000 on this in this 3-minute candle here. A lot of volume coming in. Oh man, where's GNL? All right, guys, I'm covering some of this CMG. Okay, The next low is pretty close, okay, and that's a whole number. The next low is, let's call it 48. It's 47.98. We're very close. So I'm covering some. Now, if it can somehow take this out, I don't know where the next low on the weekly chart is. That's the same low on the weekly chart. I'd have to go to a monthly chart to see if it somehow does take that out. The next low looks like, yeah, around 44. Not saying it's going to get there. Hey, I might be completely wrong. I mean, this 48 may not hold it at all. Oh, guys at GNLN, not showing up anywhere. Oh, I know why. Yeah, okay. Has to be positive. Has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close to make it in here. There's the SMR, guys. I'm happy for Steve. SMR, the trigger yesterday was 950. It did trigger yesterday, did not hit the stop. I mean, because it dropped below the 950, but I don't believe it hit the stop. So now, man, if this transitions to blue from this orange on the 5 minute, I'm in. It's that simple. So you see what it did? It got to, there's the high of yesterday was around 11:59. So it got there briefly. Briefly. I'm going to reset the alert. Now, Mac, I'm sure there's worse coffee than Starbucks somewhere in the world. I can't believe GNLN. Oh, I know. Again, I keep saying I can't believe it. Well, it's not showing up because it's not positive for the day. Oh man, this is so close, guys. The GNLN. Now you got to be awfully careful. The float is crazy low. Okay. So it's 18. It's 26 cents below yesterday's close right now. I'm basically fixated on this one right now because if it jumps, it can jump really quickly. So I'm fixating on it right now on the GNLN. Okay, I better see. The problem I've got is that yeah, I've got a price alert here, but it could just rip right through that price alert. Now, if you're thinking, well, if I think it's going to happen, why don't I just take it now? I don't know what's going to happen, so I will not. I don't trade like that, in anticipation of a move. And only again because of what it did yesterday. It got up to $21 yesterday. Traders will be looking at that. Some might not even know they did a financing. They're just looking at this and thinking, oh man, could it get there? All right. Well, I'm going to have to move on for a while anyway. EJH. Wow. This was halted on the way down. EJH halted on the way down. So far, that Chipotle CMG is struggling to get through 48. I'm probably going to bail on everything. No, the spread is still not great for Elway. I mean, 32.66 is terrible. Keep thinking it's going to tighten up a bit because it's got some room. Well, guys, as I wait to see if this wow, it's getting close again, that GNLN. Get it? Okay, guys, let's see what happens now on this one. Again, it is going to be super volatile. Well, it already is super volatile. Okay, guys, as I wait for another break, man, oh man, this is wild. A lot of volume still, a lot of volume coming in. Remember, this is trading like it did yesterday. Okay, guys, as I wait again, let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on it. Okay, on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription right now, Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of trade ideas. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code, whatever the code is on my homepage. That will help to keep the room free. Okay, the room gets credit for the subscription. So it's all about trying to keep the room free. That's how we do it. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First video, the download and install, first startup and login. Scrolling down a bit, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos, you must do that first. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is for you. A free series of videos. Michael Nas put this together. Michael will be in our YouTube room, actually, between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. Daily stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is free and it is working. The trade of the week is SMR. The trigger was 950 and it did trigger yesterday and it pulled back. It did not get stopped out. So if you took it yesterday and held on, you're doing okay. Or if you took it today, you're doing okay. SMR is the trade of the week. Education section is here. This is our user guide. Excellent user guide, all segmented. Getting started is here. Alert windows, so more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what stock racing is all about. I'm running a couple of races right here, which I will go over. And price alerts, I put price alerts on charts all the time. And also watch lists. If you want to just, you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. There's a lot in the user guide. Again, like any other user guide, you don't have to learn everything. And there's the getting started again. And daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today being Tuesday, it should be Michael Nas. I will confirm that. And Michael is was instrumental in getting the go, no go charts into trade ideas and the scans that he created. So you can ask him a lot of questions about go, no go. You can ask me questions also, but he probably has a little more detail about what it's all about. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, I have to do is scroll down the middle section, my scans. These two races, these are the two races that you can see. I'm just toggling back and forth between them. These are the top two up here. I do have another race that I'm sharing, just not displaying it. It's the large cap losers, okay? And here's the halts resumes is over here. Momentum scan is down here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running though, okay? Neither should you. That'd be way too many. But you can take a look at them, there's something you might, hopefully, actually, I'm sorry, I do have this one too. The upside movers versus the downside movers is right here. Just a different way of displaying our data, what we call a compare count window. So go no go is not included in the subscription. Okay, let me go over it right now. I usually talk a little bit more in general about what Trade Ideas is all about. But this is what go no go is. If you click on, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you click on new, and then click on the docked channel bar. Okay, docked channel bar, and you'll see one of the channels is the go no go charts. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. If to decide whether or not go no go makes sense for you, here are a couple of videos that you can take a look at, and there's some text involved. Okay, that tells you about the color transitions, what they are all about. Now, if you are a go no go subscriber and you're looking at this and saying, "Well, where is the go no go chart?" This is just a bar chart. You have to click on one of the scans. Okay, one of the alerts in any one of the scans, and that'll turn it into the go no go chart. Now, you must be on the latest beta also. Now, there is a little bit of, if you're still not getting, if you're on the latest beta and you've clicked on one of the alerts, that should turn it into the go no go chart, and it still isn't, you might have to uncheck user browser interface. Let me know. So go no go is an add-on. It's a $50 a month add-on. Okay, but that's why you have to watch those videos and see whether or not it makes sense for you to have it. Now, these are some scans that Michael created. These are, excuse me, these are the scans for more like swing trading. These are the daily chart. Okay, new no go. These are short opportunities, and these three are the long opportunities. These three are the short opportunities. And if you're looking for some intraday scans to use, if you click on new from the toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer, and then right click, select the strategy. This will pop up. Scroll down, go no go. These are the intraday, okay, the intraday scans that Michael has created. And you can see there are 3 on the upside and 3 on the downside. Okay. All right. So let me talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about for those of you who are new. All right. So this is a momentum. This I call this is the momentum scan. Is a momentum scan. It is not the. There are you can construct your own, of course. This is what I like to see. This is an alert window, and what we're really good at is real time alerting. Give me a moment. So what we're really good at is real time alerting. So this is an alert window, and let me explain what I mean by that. So if I right click on it and then click on configure and click on summary, this is what the scan is looking for. The real-time alerting scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect of the scan. There are a lot of screening programs out there. We, of course, can screen, but we're also excellent at real-time alerting. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing TPST at 1025 plus 40 seconds. So that was the last time that happened. Okay. Since 1025, There's been no stock that has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So these are all real-time alerts that you're seeing right here. And there's the L-way. Okay, there's the L-way, just making a new high, new high, new high, meaning all these filter requirements. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. This is on my home page. But of course, if you want to make some changes, maybe you don't like the price range or something else about it, maybe you want to add a filter, go ahead. You know, this is just, this is what I like to see. Obviously, it doesn't have to be exactly what you like to see. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course, you can do that too. This time I click on search. Right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But you can see that as I scroll down, all these icons, these are all real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down, when you see these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get overwhelmed. Don't think you have to learn all of these real-time alerts and all of the filters. You don't have to. The only reason there are so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, I know I say this every day, but over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So of course, that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters, okay? But you don't have to learn them all. Personally, all I use is the new high of the day and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters. Doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. Okay, your trading style may be very different. All right, guys. So let's see what's happening. So yeah, it looks like Starbucks is finally starting to crack a little bit. Okay, now let me explain the races here. Races is a very interesting concept that we've got. Excuse me, I'm toggling back and forth between two different races. Okay, so let me take a look at this one. And again, these are both on my homepage. You can have them both. So if I right click, well, don't right click yet. Let me explain what the race is all about. So I'm running 4-minute races. Now, if you click on my homepage link, you click on my homepage link and go to the education section and then go to the guide. So it's TI stock races, okay? This is how you can create your own race, customize it to what you want to see. Again, what I want to see doesn't have to be what you want to see. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So in this race right here, I'm running 4-minute races. Again, this is all customizable, okay? I just chose 4 minutes to run my races, and you'll see that once the race is over, another one will start. So why is ANTX on the top here at 2.83%? What does that mean? That means that since the race started, which is a minute and a half ago, this stock has moved the most. It's moved 2.83%. CXAI has moved 2.2. Now it's up here 3.7%. It's like any other race. Okay, whatever stock has moved the most, you'll see right at the very top. And notice that a top 10 list is automatically built for you. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. TPST has won 4 races, CXAI 2 races, etc. A top 10 list is automatically built for you. This gives you a great focus. If that's all you wanted to do was focus on these stocks, you could easily do that all day long. So why are these stocks showing up though? Well, every race starts off, or every race is launched from a top list window. So if I right click on this race and click open top list, I'll have my other monitor. You can see I've got a big list of stocks here, okay? And notice if I right click on this top list window, launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window based on what you want to see. This is what I want to see. I right click, configure, click on summary. So if the stock is between $150 and it has at least 200,000 shares traded and it's up 2% from yesterday's close at least, then it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay. That's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. So before we had races, this is how you would use a top list window. You can sort on any column header that you see here. So for instance, I got the change from yesterday's close, right at the very top. If I double left click, CXAI is up 89% from yesterday's close, ELWS 71%, etc., all the way down. If I want to see the stock that has moved the most from its opening print today, opening trade today, as long as I have it as a column header, I can sort on it. So again, here's ELW. I don't even think I've seen this one today. ELWS has moved 70% since the opening trade, TPST 27%, etc. Okay, so that you just rank. So this is a very I'm sorry, here 73% and here. So it's a common question though. A lot of people say, well, what stocks are up the most today? So again, if I double left click on that change from the close, I can see the stocks. Now, if you just want to focus on these stocks, that's fine. But what the race does, it takes it kind of to another level. Because what if one of these stocks down here, let's take a look at, I don't know, the Honest Company, HNST. It is up 6 points. It's up 6% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it just started to move up 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%, 15%? You'd never be able to see that. Okay. Well, that's what the race does, though. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most, either from its opening trade or up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about, all it cares about is what stock has moved the most since the race started. So again, almost a minute ago, this one has moved 10%, 10%. Okay, ELWS has moved 10% since the race started. Okay, so that's how this works. So what you don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over in order to click on the symbol. And you actually, if you see anything in here, click on it just to see what it is doing. You know, SMR, we know that's the trade of the week. It looks pretty darn good right now. Okay. I'm not saying to trade it. I'm just saying depends on your trading style. You can also use this to look at pullbacks. For instance, you know, you click on an alert, CNTM. Well, you can see that it did get up to a dollar, what, $1.40 or so, $1.67 or so, and it is pulled back. Maybe it's pulled back to a moving average, like where the VWAP. The VWAP is at 145. So what if though it was, you know, sitting right on the VWAP? Maybe that's the type of trader you are to see whether or not, you know, it holds the VWAP and pops. You know, all sorts of different trading styles out there, of course. So you can actually use this to check out to see if stocks have pulled back to certain levels that you like. Okay. So that's how the race works. And again, you can customize it to a time frame you like, based on whatever top list you want. And then this race is a little bit different. The only thing I've done here, you will not see stocks typically moving like 1, 2, 3%. You know, usually they'll be a lot less volatile. Not always, but usually. The reason being is that if I right click and open this top list that it's based on, what I did was I added market cap of at least 500 million, half a billion, and a float of at least 50 million. So consequently, you're just not going to see the massive percentage move. That's okay. These can be, especially if you're starting out, these are less volatile, but they can be somewhat, I hate to say easier, but they can be less taxing to trade. Okay. They're not going to be as volatile and jumping up and down. And as you can see, also a top 10 list is created for you automatically. Yeah, it's Rob asked the question, is it possible to import a symbol list of stocks to monitor? So if you have a column of stocks, say in Excel or something, or somehow a nice column of stocks that you can highlight, so that you copy them, and then you just paste. Then have you ever created a symbol list before, Rob? I'm talking to Rob in our main room. Have you ever created a symbol list before? Because all you have to do is just paste them in. Am I on mute? If not on mute, Rob, can you hear me? Okay. So have you ever created a symbol list before? No. Okay. Well, in the guide, it shows you how to create a symbol list. Okay. So if you go to the guide, go to my home page, and go to the education section, and go to the guide and watch list. Okay. It shows you how you create a watch list. And then all you would do is if, I'm assuming you're talking about a list of stocks outside of trade ideas. As long as it's, you can copy the symbols. Now you can either type them in one by one, but if it's a whole list of symbols, hopefully it's in a column that you can just copy, and then you just paste it into the symbol list. So the bottom line is yes, you can. Okay. Oh, I see. You were answering me in the other room. Okay, or the other specific stocks only. Okay. Okay, guys, let's take a look at Upstart. Upstart has been a really active one. So Upstart last week the high was 38.88, so has a little bit of room. Uh, so disappointed in this lead. Well, disappointed. I mean, now you see the spread is okay. 40. Well, now it just widened. 43.63. But I mean, had I known, of course, it was going to do this, the 20-cent spread wouldn't have made any difference at all. But you just don't know it's going to do this. And this is the LWAY, LOA, and it's an earnings play. and it's got still. If you did take this one, 1698 is the next high looking left on the weekly. If it somehow takes that out, 1814 is the next high on the weekly. Okay, guys. Yeah, I did read about HD. They had an okay quarter, but they're guiding poorly for next year. So the stock is up just a little bit. HD. Okay, guys. Now this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So first of all, welcome to the room if you're new, and but you can ask questions all day long. I'll do my best to help. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot help, but I can direct you to the right people who can help you. Ah, this one. We haven't seen this one for a while. Okay, this is actually an earnings play. Okay. Rail is an earnings play. SMR. Okay, let's take a look at SMR. Yeah, it's a little over 10 now. I mean, it's got some room, little bit of room. 1031. 1031 is the next line looking left for SMR. MACA got halted on the way up. Okay, MACA got halted. Hardly any volume. Oh, this is one of those facts. Okay. Well, okay. Is this going to be one of those facts that goes absolutely crazy today? Okay, so yesterday they approved a merger with this company called Selection. If you're unfamiliar with a SPAC is, basically kind of like created the company that's created, money gets put in, and then they look for a usually a private company to merge with to take public. And so it looks like they approved whatever Selection does. They've approved the merger that was approved yesterday. And so what will happen is MACA will cease when the merger has happened and a new symbol will start trading. Now, we've seen some crazy things. What was the one last week or the week before? Basically, they did the same thing. They basically said that the shareholders approved the merger. I think it was Citius, Citius. I can't remember what the SPAC was though, and it went crazy. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Yeah, 24,000. Yeah, it just started. It just started. Yeah, and as you know, Poe, we'll have to see what happens once it starts to trade again. What was that one, guys? It was Citius, Citius. So the SPAC, whatever the SPAC is, that's who they're merging with, Citius. I just can't remember what the SPAC was, but it went absolutely crazy. And it actually held for a while, for a couple of days, up in that 40 level. Again, I'm not saying this is going to happen with this, but I do want to pay attention. Citius. Well, let's see where this could open. No, G-Sun. Haven't seen G-Sun for a while. This used to be pretty on the way down. Okay. Maca, though, let's take a look. MACA. So there's the halt 1317, 1335, potential open. Maybe what I should do is just click on that and see what seems like a bio. Uh-huh. It's an Israeli biotech firm, Selection. Okay. Ten X. Thank you. Okay, let's take a look at 10X. Thank you. Now I do remember. Thank you, Blaine. So am I right? I think I'm wrong. I thought it got up a lot higher than that. Maybe it was another one I'm thinking of because this is not yeah, I don't think that yeah, because it was only last week. I remember this one. I don't think it was yeah, this was a couple of weeks ago that something went crazy. So I'm obviously wrong. It wasn't 10X. So that was ugly. NACA got halt 1317 and it is it's below that now. So that did not pop. Yeah, meanwhile the SPY, yes. I mean that looked a little bit ominous, but nope. The SPY is still at the highs of the day. All right, now GNLN back over 10. I know it's been very whippy. Okay, just Okay, I'm really watching see how well this hills over 10, the GNLN. It has not been easy. All right, take a look at the ELWS. Yeah, I didn't see this at all in the pre-market. There it is. Wow, 25% now. Wow, what a move. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Another one out of Japan, like Toyo, Toyo. Another one out of Japan. So it's a Bitcoin play or a crypto play. Crypto is up a bit today, almost 60,000 again. See if there's any news on this one. I can't see any. Yeah, I can't see any news for this one. I don't know what the float is. Thank you, Draw. So only a million in the float. ELWS only a million in the float. And on a monthly chart, well, it's got room and $6 on the monthly chart. Let me get to a weekly chart. So 370 is the next high on the weekly chart, and it's right there. Trying to take it out. Yeah, forget about this one. I mean, the volume didn't even pick up for the MACA. And here's FIBO. I remember seeing this one also yesterday, but these are on the way down. So next time, man, I mean, it's got room. FEBO, it's got some room. $7.77 or so. 744 actually. High is 744 yesterday. So it's got a ton of room. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it does have a lot of room. However, another one, very, very low volume. Very low volume. And it's 7 times normal, but only 89,000 shares. So I just have to forget about that one. Well, 560. I'm sorry. I thought this was the next high, but 560 is the next high for ELWS on the monthly chart. Still got a lot of room. Yeah, I mean, the CXAI, this is the type of stock that could have that pop in the afternoon. Okay, it's just kind of hanging around the area, and it could have that pop in the afternoon. I mean, again, the press release looks, I use the term eye-catching. It's definitely an eye-catching press release. What it really means, I don't know, but I announced a multi-year, multi-million dollar deal with Google Cloud. So that's what people are looking at. If it can take out 3, maybe in the afternoon, it could get going. It's got room, obviously. That's why I have a price alert set up in this $3 level. OG isn't, yeah, see, this is from our AI. OG is from our OGI. Now, my problem with it, right from the get-go, was between the alert price and two, to me anyway, it looks like there's too much resistance. Excuse me. Yes, I don't know how long I've been on mute. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how long I've been on mute. Um, yeah, I think I coughed or something, and I put on mute. So I'm not sure how long ago that was. So what I was looking at is the PSNL. PSNL had some room. I had to pull up a monthly chart. Well, a couple of years ago, it hit I think 540 or so. All right, guys. Well, wow, ELWS came out of nowhere. I don't think this really had. It didn't trade in the free market at all. I don't see any news on this one. And as Draw or Casa pointed out, it's how much in the float? A million or so in the float, 1.1 million. One moment, please. ILMN. Okay, let's take a look at ILMN. William is pointing out ILMN. Ah, drops like a rock. No kidding. No kidding. 128. So it popped and then it dropped. Okay, guys. So I'm going to start having to pay a little more attention now to some of these color transitions. See if I can spot one that might make sense. So here's ESOA. I mean, this is this basing right here is a low float too, 12.12 million in the float, up 35%, trading higher after the company reported. So this is an earnings play yesterday. Well, Poe, I wish you luck on the GNLN. I'm itching to get into it. I really am. to see if traders will look. Not. I'm not talking about yesterday, but even this morning it popped over 11. But we've got a bit of a spread issue. 990. I remember this yesterday when it was just trying to get through 8, and we had a spread issue then. And then once it did, man, it just went absolutely crazy. Nobody's saying it's going to do the same thing today, but give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So nothing really shaking in our AI right now either. LPSN. Haven't seen this one for a while. LPSN, another one that is can be very active. Oh, guys. Well, things have sort of slowed down. I'm not getting too many new alerts here. Again, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the GNLN. I think for me, I have some press alerts. Say, yeah, like 10:37 or so, taking all this out, perhaps. This may be a later day play. I don't know. Maybe traders will look at this, what happened yesterday, and even this today. I mean, we get up to almost 12. So anyway, I'll just forget about it. So, guys, all I've done is that obviously I'm out of it now, but the CMG short a long time ago. That's all I've done so far. I'm going to keep an eye on CXAI later on in the afternoon as it pops through 3. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much. Just looking at this GNL. I'm sorry, I shouldn't keep talking about it. I don't want to influence anybody, but I am definitely interested in it. Um, about 45 minutes. I will be taking a break. Michael Nosh should be taking over for me. Let me make sure that's the case. Ugh, that got ugly. Well, that's why I held off. Paul, I hope you're, I don't know what you're doing on the GNLN now. Stuart says Spry has some room. Yeah, certainly on the weekly chart. It's one of, yeah, well, has room. It's a lifetime high. Yeah, Spry is a lifetime high, SPRY, a lifetime high. Nice little pop here. I wish I'd seen it right there at around 12. Okay, ELWS is making another move here. There's the high of the day is at 470 or so. In fact, it's exactly 470. And there it goes, guys. I mean, there it goes. Right, wow, right through that high of the day. Boy, it takes out five and look out. I mean, again, I have to refresh my memory. Where could this go on the monthly chart? I think the next high is 560. Yeah, 560 is the next high in the monthly chart. And if it broke through that, you've got $13 up here. I'm not saying it's going to get to either one of those two areas, but big level right there, that 560. I mean, it's got a ways to go. 287 times normal volume right now up to this time of day. Well, you know what's starting to come back, guys, is Chipotle, CMG. It's starting to come back. There's that little pattern that I'm kind of liking, going from deep purple to the pink. Okay, as a bounce play now. I'm not in it, but I'm just looking at this pattern here. So what Shady is saying on, I believe anyway, the CXAI, you'll take it around the 280. It has to break maybe 280. And then if it does, the stop around 260. So it has not triggered for him. Sorry, guys. I mean, this is getting kind of boring right here. I mean, it's Elway. Man, Elway. The ELWS guys now breaking over five again in a big way. Ugh, I got another, just pulled right back down though. 524 back down to 460, 470. What is the VWAP for? It's way down here. 404 is the VWAP. So that would be a massive pullback to get down to the VWAP. So this is shortable for me. LWAY, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Though when you look at a monthly chart, look at all the room it's got, $28. Probably in a weekly, it still has a lot of room. Yeah, on a weekly, it is getting close to that high. 1698 is the high. If it takes that out, and the next high is 18. Poe, I think somebody took the PSNL. Let's see the SPY on a weekly chart, see what it's looking like. Okay, so you can see, I mean, it's had a recovery. I mean, look, the bottom down here was 510. It's been steadily moving higher. Hey, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Wanting to get in here. All right. I'm a little later than Shady. I had my price alert set up in this area right there. So let's see if it can hold 3 at least and move from there. Volume came in. And the room it got, and of course, the big deal, it's the room it's got. Okay. On the weekly chart, 350 or so. I'm not saying it's getting there. And let's just hope that people are rereading the press release. Just hold three. Well, I'm pulling for you, Poe, on the PSNL. Nice, like it's really a lot of blue right there on the go no go. Invo, another one, cheap one, over $1 now. SPY continues to push here, push, push, push. Give me a moment, guys. Just going to stretch my legs, but I'm not straying too far. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, ELW1, also, I'm making a little bit of a move down, okay? ELWS. I think RUM is an earnings play, guys. RUM is an earnings play. Bad, 5%, not a big deal, but it is an earnings play. RUM. Yeah, look at the MACA now. MACA also on the way down. Disaster. Wasn't that the VWAP approximately? ELWS? Yeah, 410. 410 is the VWAP. It'd be a pretty big pullback. No, okay, here's another one that's kind of moving a little bit here. Olaplex. I don't know what they do. Hair salons. Okay, well, OLPX, bit of a move here. Big float, 56 million in the float. Next high is too close. It looks like Starbucks is starting to finally drift down. I mean, it's been, I thought maybe like that little area there looked like it was going to be over, but nope. And then it popped up. But this looks okay. There's a little pink right there. There's a little pink right there, which could signify could be starting to move down now. And that is SBUX. Boy, this has been struggling to keep up, but I'm over 3. But let's see if this is finally putting price alerts, induce it higher. All right. Well, I hope so. I hope so, Shady. Where is that next high? And I mean, the next high is 345 on the weekly, so 348. I'll take anywhere close to that, or even less than that. Yeah, it's still kind of jumpy. Okay, guys. Again, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, well, you might get your luck, your wish here. Who was that, Todd? On the ELWS, it is getting closer and closer to the VWAP of around 410. Yeah, so the VWAP has gone up by a penny. So yeah, 411 now is the VWAP. That'll be a pretty big pullback, but hey, if it holds. Oh, it actually got down to 415. Okay, but it's still a little bit above that VWAP. All right, guys, 11:34. So I have about another 25 minutes. Michael said he might be a little bit late getting into our room, YouTube room, when I take my break between 12 and 1. Chipotle now, guys. CMG right at 50. We've got a halt here. UPC is halted on the way down. A lot of halt on the way down. Wow. How do you change the charts to go no go? First of all, are you did you take the a subscription, Iris, to it? I'm assuming you must have taken a subscription, right? You also have to be on the latest beta. Okay, you have to be on the latest beta. You don't if you're not on the latest beta, it's not going to work well. Okay, so you have to be on the latest beta. Like an Iris in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, you're on the latest beta for sure. Okay, if you're not, click on my homepage link, click on the download, and download the beta. You say you're on the latest beta. Okay, I'll have to trust you. Then it's just a matter of clicking on new and then dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. And when you do that, click on the go no go chart channel. And yes, when you first see it, they're not the go no go charts. All you have to do is click on any one of these, any symbol in this list here. These are just scans. And the minute you do that, it'll turn into the go no go chart. Now, if some reason it doesn't, and you are on the latest beta, 100%, you're on the latest beta. I have then right click and uncheck use browser interface. Uncheck it. Okay. That's the only other thing I can think of that it may not be working. Whoa, there is a GNLN, guys. Hmm. Oh, you did it. Okay, Iris, did you get all that? Just click. All you have to do, go to the channel. It will not look like a go no go chart when you load the channel. Just click on any one of the symbols that you see in any one of the scans, and it turns into the go no go chart. Okay. So are we good? Iris. Okay, good. Now you have to do that every day. Okay. If you leave the channel and come back, you have to do the same thing. You just have to just it's not a big deal. You just have to click on the alert. Okay. Any alert you see in any one of these scans. Now at this point, you can, if you have scans outside of the channel, you can click on an alert and it should and the symbol should show up. and you can change to the whatever time frame. No, future. I mean, when you're if you get go no go through trade ideas, I mean, it's within trade ideas. You cannot use it on any other system. If I'm understanding what you meant. When you say use it on other systems also, what do you mean by that exactly? You mean outside of trade ideas? The answer is no, 100%. Okay, future. Did I understand your question? I'm not, maybe I didn't understand your question. Okay, no more nonsense. Come on, move. That's right. Move, you fool. I mean, it's a low float. Come on. It should, yeah, I mean, 12 million in the float. It's certainly not a big float. It can happen. Yeah, Iris, it can happen. Not always, not a lot, but it can happen. Yes. Most of the time, though, it's more like this transition from the aqua to the blue. Most of the time, but it can happen. Okay, good, good, good. Finally, let's keep putting some price alerts a little bit higher. Boy, what a flat line across here for this ESOA. What a consolidation. You're talking about at the beginning of the day, maybe for Miggy Iris. I mean, you still have to have. I mean, look, the colors, the transitions are one thing, but also, you still have to have some trading idea. I mean, that bar right there, that is a massive bar. Okay, it'd be the same thing that if I let's just pretend that. Let me see. Take a look at ELWS. If this all of a sudden turned blue the next one, but it was a giant green bar, blue bar, and I had to try to chase it. I'm not going to do it just because it turns blue. Okay, you still have to have some basic trading rules. Just because you get a color transition doesn't mean you throw all the other rules out the window. Okay, future, yeah. So yeah, I mean it's within trade ideas. So somehow you cannot take the. I know it's an add-on, but you cannot somehow take it out of trade ideas and apply it to something else. No. Yeah, good volume coming in still to CXAI. Pretty good volume. See a little bit of volume bar right there on the 5, on the 3. Time is it 11:44? So yeah, I'll be taking my break in about 15. Meanwhile, the market is continuing. So if there was a transition right there. If you're playing the spy, looking at this little transition right there in the 5 minute, 5:37, it's at 5:38. A little bit of a scalp here. You mean these? You're talking about you just shrink them. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, these are just you just do this. I mean, this is a big chart. I just shrink it. I just grab the top, bottom, left, right, whatever size I want. That's all. Is that what you mean, Iris? Or are you talking about these ones? Oh, okay. So what you do is this, okay? So when you go to your go no go, okay, click on the go no go charts. I don't think I clicked on the wrong one. There we go. Go no go charts. And click on the symbol. So now you're in the go no go charts. Now here's what you can do. You can take the chart and duplicate it into a free floating window. In other words, take it out of the channel. When I do that, it pops up on my other monitor. Okay, here it is. Now I can do it again. I can duplicate it. I can keep duplicating it. So I've got 4 charts here. Okay, I can keep duplicating it until I get the 4 I want, and then just change. I don't like these all up here, but it's up to you. All this information up here, I don't care about that. And then all you do is, make sure you change it to the timeframes you want. Okay, so just keep So the big thing is to get it out, duplicate it into a free floating window, and then once it's free floating, then you can size it, of course, but duplicate it as many times as you want to get. If you want the 4 of them, then duplicate it 3 more times. Then you'll have 4, and then just change it to the timeframes you want. And that's all I did. Okay. And then, of course, I just shrink them to whatever size I want. Okay. But the big thing is that when you're in the channel, just duplicate it into a free floating window. That's the big thing. And then you get it free floating. And then once it's free floating, then you can do just about anything you want. Well, Poe, not Poe. I'm doing 3 and 5, Iris. I'm still experimenting 3 and 5. Okay, going to run it for the week. 3 and 5. I may even have both of them up as confirmation. Like three might get me in, but I want to see what the 5 looks like also. Okay, but that's again that's just me. Some might look at that and you might find a 10 minute works better, or a 2 minute, or a 1 minute, or a 30 minute, or a 15. Okay, obviously because this is kind of a trend following system, I probably wouldn't use 15 because it might be too late. But that's why I've got the 3 and the 5 up. So if I see something on the 3 and it also confirms it to me on the 5, then it gives me a little more confidence. But that's why you've got to practice yourself. Okay, whatever seems to work for you. All right. Okay. Next level. How about 335? And again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is we're getting closer. We're getting closer. 347. That is the next high. If it can break that somehow, the next high is 368. So we're getting into, potential stalling areas. But guys, you got to, if you're in this one, take profit whenever you think you should take some profit. I don't think Shady's not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you, but always understanding because it's a low float. A lot of good things can happen, but some bad things can happen too. So, well, look at the ES. Okay, now the ESOA is trying to have a little break now. Well, this is almost an all-time high. This maybe is the all-time high up here, 949. I think this is probably the all-time high for ESOA. Now, one of the things about the go-no-go system, if you want to call it a system, is that for me anyway, it keeps me in the trade a lot longer. Doesn't mean I'm not going to take any profit along the way, but it keeps me in the trade a lot longer as long as I don't get a color transition. So the blue is good, right? Blue is good, but if I got all of a sudden I got an aqua up here, then I'd be thinking to myself, okay, be careful. And there was actually right around right around Shady's idea at 285. You can see where the transition was. The blue, sorry, the aqua to the blue was almost at the 285. But I think Shady said, 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. 285. And on the 5 minute chart, about the same. So, I had confirmation on the 5 and the 15. Now, I wasn't in there. I was a little bit later. I wanted to see a break just at that three level, but that's okay. Just underneath that three level. I think I had an alert down here. This GNLN is, it's kind of setting up as something that might do it later on. Okay, spread is tightness. Well, it's not really that great, but it could do it later on. What do you mean by squeeze the chart? What do you mean by squeeze? You mean make it the size, Iris? What do you mean by squeezing the chart? You're talking about making it a size like this, the size of chart? I mean, again, here's a I have this free floating, so I'm not sure I know what you mean by squeezing it, but this would be maybe a more normal size chart. Okay, so if I want to make it, so I don't understand when you say squeeze, you mean take this chart and make it this size? Because then once I make it the size I want, I'm just grabbing these ends and either if I want to make it bigger, I just grab and pull. If I want to make it smaller, I grab and push, push, push. Well, you might have to do if you keep the control key pressed down when you're in the chart. Keep the control key pressed down, and then you can scroll in and out with your mouse wheel. Okay, if that's what you mean. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Okay, so control key is pressed down on my keyboard, and then I'm just using my mouse wheel, scroll wheel, to scroll in and out. Okay, but you have to just again, control key pressed down, keep it pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your mouse wheel, to scroll in and out. And then you can see as many as you want or as few as you want. Okay, now that's on a PC. I'm only hoping you're on a PC. Oh, Paul, you must be liking your GNLN now, guy, right? I mean, this looks really, really interesting for later on, or even now. I like the way it's starting to, and the spread is tightening up just a little bit. It's only a nickel now. Doesn't mean it's going to hang at a nickel, but okay, good, Iris. You got it? Good. Okay, guys. Wow, 11:58. I'm going to put my announcement in. I said Michael said he might be a little bit late. He's doing a webinar of some sort, so, but I will put the announcement up. But I'm on a break. Bigger. Okay, so on a break, back around 1 p.m. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. All right, there it goes, guys. There goes GNLN. All right, so I'm just waiting for Michael. I'm just waiting for Michael now to show up. I mean, this just looks like it. I know it's kind of choppy still, but it just, to me, it has that look of maybe something that's going to happen later on. Later on, could be now. I'm talking about the GNLN. I mean, it's very whippy still. Okay, it's. Remember this one, guys. So here's, wow, here's the WKEY. This was, I didn't even see this one yesterday. It was very active yesterday, but past few weeks or months, remember this one? Big pop here, guys. WKEY, and look where it could open. 312. Again, this screen is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, Nathan, you asked that question last week, I think, and I tried to answer, and I think even Andy tried to answer. Maybe you can't hear us, but I don't know trade algo, and I don't think Andy knew trade algo also. If that is a program.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
I was in here yelling for like 2 minutes, but yeah, I had the wrong
Really?
microphone.
Oh, you must have had, you were on mute then, right?
Yeah, I've got like 4 microphones plugged into this thing, and it was on the wrong one.
Okay, give me a moment, Michael. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room right now. I put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Michael. Actually, I put it in the wrong room. Just give me a moment. Okay, so there's a YouTube link. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. All right, Michael. So, hi.
Hi.
You might want to answer this, Nathan. He asked this question last week. I don't know trade algo at all. Okay, maybe you do.
Well, let's Google trade algo. That's all I'll learn. Okay. Headquartered in New York. Trade chat DBT. This looks scammy to me right off the bat. Could be great. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I've never heard of this before. It looks like this is a Squarespace website that someone slapped together in an afternoon.
Right. Okay.
But nothing to do with us, so not really interested.
No, I know it's something to do with us, but he was wondering how we would compare to them. But I have no experience with them, and it sounds like you don't either. So,
no, it seems like it's a Chat GPT thing.
okay.
So it's probably
Okay. Well, Nathan says he's a member, but okay. So I have no idea if you. I have no idea what it does for you, but if it works for you, then I cannot. You know what? You want to join our pro? I'll let you go, Michael. I've got some things to do, so I'll let
All right.
you continue answering Nathan. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. We'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, guys. Well, before we get into it, as always, giving Barry some much needed time off, a little break from the screen, and yeah, open up the live Q&A to the chat room to whatever you guys want to chat about. So, as we need to, as always, right? Make sure you're asking questions. If you're trading a subscriber, I think this is something great that we do. I have no idea what this trade algo company, so let's take a read. But yeah, ask away. So they look like some sort of news service. Explore recent posts. So yeah, these are so basically. I think the main difference is we are a scanning and alerting. We're a charting platform. We're a platform you can trade through interactive brokers through. Barry, I'm just going to mute you here. You left unmuted, so I just muted you there. These guys seem like they are a news source. So apples and oranges. So what we're doing here at Trade Ideas is we're scanning the market for, um, things that are moving in the moments or kind of any of your whatever it is you're looking for. If you like to buy stocks that are hitting the 200-day moving average, you can scan in real time for stocks hitting the 200-day moving average. This one is more of a it's using ChatGPT to analyze the news. So it's completely apples and oranges, right? That's just using ChatGPT, which you can get now for free to look at the news of the day. We're pulling in direct data sources in real time. Live ticks. We're less of the news side of things and we're more of the technical side of things. That's probably the way to just simplify it all in kind of one phrase there. But it's apples and oranges. It's a completely different beast. And you want me to look at CXAI with Go No Go. CXAI. Okay, so it is. There it is. I don't know what you want me to look at. It's a neutral bar now. It was a selling bar before on the daily chart. On the 30-minute chart, it's been a go all day long. And I don't really know. Not TD Ameritrade currently. Interactive Brokers, and very soon Alpaca. TD Ameritrade, it's not us. We'd love to build for them. Their API is very, very bad. It gave us a lot of problems, and when we went to ask for assistance with those problems, it didn't. We didn't get any kind of a feedback for sure. But yeah, I don't know what you want me to look at with Go No Go. It's doing the Go No Go things, right? It is coloring the bars based off the current candles, and then as we chatted about, a user would decide whether or not that is something that they are interested in taking a trade around. There's not a lot of new Go stocks today, eh? Starbucks, this ON. Oh, that's an interesting looking one with earnings today before market open. It's an interesting looking chart. Do some analysis here. I know this one's been a big deal for a while. It's kind of doubled off of these lows. And now it's putting in this base above highs and just turning into a go bar here. That's an interesting one. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to put a price alert up here. If you have any questions, Nathan, just certainly let me know. I've been responding to you here the whole time, and I know they said Andy was responding before that, and Barry was responding before that. We are absolutely nothing at all related to trade algo and have nothing to do with them. We scan for things in the market and present them to you. So if you have a trading plan that says I want to buy stocks that are gapping up and then breaking down their pre-market range, we can scan those for you, right? The go no go is neither right nor wrong. It is not, and this is, I know I've chatted with you about this before, Iris, so I'll do this one more time for the audience, and then we'll certainly be done with this question. But it is weighting how many of the indicators, the normal indicators that a lot of people use, are pointing up versus pointing down. Everything on top of that is 100% related to your unique trading plan, which again, I'm sure you work very hard on, because everyone who trades has a trading plan that they work very hard on. It's neither right nor wrong, right? It's saying the more of these indicators are pointing up. So if we go to CXAI, it's not going to tell me when to buy or sell, right? That's, again, I know you've heard this before, so just for the room, it will not and will never tell me when to buy and when to sell. It's not what it does. It's not what we're after. It will never do it. It's not the design at all. What it's doing is it's saying all day here, more of the indicators, more of the more known indicators, the ones that we all know that are trend following indicator, um, are pointing up versus pointing down. That's it. That's what Go No Go shows for you. Now, on top of that, you need to obviously have a trading plan, right? It's been saying, hey, this is in an uptrend on the intraday chart, and it's been an uptrend on the intraday chart all day. Again, it can neither be right nor wrong, right? It is just a culmination of data, right? It's saying, say there's um, uh, 20 indicators in the library that Go No Go looks at. It is saying more of those, maybe 15 of those, are pointing up than pointing down. When it is dark blue, it is saying all of those indicators are pointing up. Now, of course, if let's use an example. Maybe this will help you. Let's go to NVIDIA and let's go here on the daily chart. Of course, when NVIDIA was up here, hitting new all time highs and an absolute rocket ship, it was dark blue because, of course, as a stock moves higher and moves higher at a rapid pace, more indicators that we all know and love are going to be pointing up. So, of course, it's going to be blue. Does that mean that the go no go indicator is telling you that NVIDIA is going to push higher? No, right? This is not an indicator of when to buy and sell, right? It is not. It's not designed to be. It's not intended to be. It is intended to be a way for you to not have to have those 20 indicators you're looking at. All you need to know is that all of the indicators here were pointing higher, and they were all pointing higher at the very top of NVIDIA. It is why the that's going to occur, right? It's all pointing up. Now, always 100% of the time, if you have a stock hitting a new all-time high, it's going to be blue. And if you have a stock hitting new all-time lows, it is going to be pink. It's just the way it works, right? Trends don't, right? You don't know when the top of a trend is. All it's telling you is that Nvidia is uptrending. Now, when to buy, when to sell, how much to risk, when to take profits, all of that stuff, that's based off of you and your trading plan. The go no go, again, is not an indicator that says buy here, sell here. It's not what it is, but it's meant to simplify your charts. If you had to have the amount of indicators on your chart to give you this amount of information, you would have 50 to 60 indicator on your chart, right? um, and you wouldn't be able to see price. So the beauty of this is that it takes all of those, it summarizes them all for you, so you can then focus on price. So again, for the example of CXAI, there's my dyslexia again, and into a 5-minute chart, all it's saying is everything is a go. All the indicators that Go looks at are all showing a positive upward trend. Now, again, at the top of CXAI today, which nobody knows where it is, right? But whenever that top occurs, that top candle will very likely be a strong blue candle because it's not telling you buy here, sell here, do this, right? So the reason that Barry is using these lighter bars as places to look at is because it's saying some of the indicators are pointing higher, but not all of them. So you get this kind of pullback, and then you'll see him say, well, I'm going to look at, you know, why I'm going to trade the company the way it is. That's outside of go. I'm going to take a look at, the gap that I'm seeing on the chart. I'm going to take a look at the relative volume. I'm going to take a look at all these things, and I'm going to time my entry and exit based off of those ideas, right? But it is not a, you know, again, this will be the last time I'll say this for people getting bored of it, but go is not a buy here, sell here indicator. It's not the purpose behind it. It's not what's happening at all. But what you can do is, what was that name that I was just looking at? ONON. What you can do is, for example, say you liked ONON because it was pulling back, right? You're using your basic technical analysis. I like stocks that are very strong. You can see it's strong here on the monthly chart. And I like stocks that are pulling into key levels. This is one of my favorite trading styles. It's a very simple trading style. Give me a stock that's overall strong, that there's a lot of interest in, and is pulling back to key zones, right? So we can look at this and we can say they're very clearly a key zone here around 36 on ONON. It's top right here. The market fell when it got it. It was a top right here. It fell again. It struggled to get through for a few days and then it rocketed. And now it bounced here once and it bounced here twice. So we've got two highs, we've got two lows. There's something going on at 36 bucks on ONON. You could then do something and say, okay, well, I'm going to wait for the majority of the trend indicators to turn blue, therefore to turn higher, therefore you'll see a blue bar. And then I'm going to place my trade. So my trade won't be, buy it the second it turns blue, because that's not what it's for. But now that it is dark blue, I could look at this and say, okay, now we've got all of the trend indicators looking higher. I have a good reason to take the trade because of this main clear level here. So if I'm going to then look at, just support resistance, if we can get over this high right here, I'm probably going to look to get involved in this ONON because earnings are now out of the way. That's great. And I could either use this as maybe a trailing stop, right? As things are pushing higher, if I start to see, lighter blue bars, which show me the trend's weakening, maybe I'll use that as a way to get out. I'll definitely put my stop loss based off what I see on the chart, which would be, any close below that zone, it's time to go. Again, so look at it not as uh, a trade signal, right? Buy here, sell here, do this. Think of it more as a guidance, right? It's supposed to just clean up your charts, right? Because let's take a look. Let's just make some assumptions on what we would need to use. Let's add some indicators. So let's just go and let's take a look at a trend indicator. Let's add, the Bollinger Bands are a trend indicator. The demarker is a trend indicator. Let's look at a Donchian channel. That's a trend indicator. Let's look at a Keltner channel. That's also a trend indicator. And we got to put in MACD. And then we got to put in order flow. And then let's put in EMA, or let's put in a few EMAs because I know it uses a few EMAs. And then, probably an SMA in there too as well. Um, and then we'll put in the multi-period low to make sure that that's above the low. Rate of change, that's a trend indicator as well. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Williams R. We need that as well, right? So this is what go no go is meant to prevent, right? You looking at all of these indicators and trying to make sense of them all when you're trading, and trying to go through and say, oh, well, maybe this indicator is pointing up, but that indicator is pointing down, and this one's sideways, and this one's, undecided, and this one's overbought, and this one's oversold, and blah, blah, blah. And that gets you further away from your goal of your trading plan that says, I want to buy stocks when they do this, and then I want to sell them when they do that. Right? That's a trading plan. That, again, anyone who's serious about trading has a trading plan. So the goal is to say, okay, well, right? Instead of, doing all of this nonsense, I could take this same chart and I could just use this. And I'm getting the same information of how many of those indicators we saw on the last screen are pointing up versus pointing down. But I don't have 1,000 indicators on my screen. So I can very clearly see things like trend and support and resistance and the things that are important to trading, right? So that's what go no go is. What it is not is I'm going to buy here for this reason or sell here for this reason. It's more of hey, this the weight of the evidence, which is a term they use on this one, is now saying after all of this period of time on this pullback is now saying might be time to take a look because all of those indicators are pointing higher. But we've tested this. If you buy every time it turns blue and sell every time it turns pink, you lose money in the long run. But it's not what we're looking to do. We're looking to combine these. That's just like any other indicator. If you see someone like Steve, and I'm not a big indicator guy, right? So we'll use Steve as an example because I do this podcast with Steve. Certainly check it out if you haven't already. And Steve uses a 10 SMA as kind of his guiding light. And so let's remove everything. Right, and he will kind of look at this indicator and say, hey, if we're above it, I want to be looking to buy. If we're below it, I want to be looking to sell. And if we're just chopping around it, I probably want to stay away from the name. But that doesn't mean he just buys when it's above and sells when it's below or anything. It's an indicator, right? It indicates to him this is an uptrend, this is a downtrend, this is choppy, that type of thing. So go no go is no different from that, in which it's just saying, hey, this is in an uptrend, this is in a downtrend. What you do with it after that is obviously entirely up to you. Does go no go consider volume at all? No. So no, there's no volume indication within go no go. It is purely, again, I always need to be careful what I say because we're obviously under NDA on how we can present this type of information. But what it's doing is it's taking all of the indicators within go no go. I guess I'll say it this way: all the indicators within go no go, you know, there wouldn't be any indicator in there that you wouldn't know or you couldn't look up fairly quickly to say, all right, oh, okay, I understand that indicator and how it works, right? None of that, none of that's occurred, right? There's no fancy, super secret indicator, right? All it's doing is it's taking all of these standard indicators that we all know. Um, I could list some of these may be in it, some may not, but things like RSI, stochastic, MACD, moving averages, that type of thing. It's taking all of those indicators and it is simply ranking them and saying which ones are pointing higher, which ones are pointing lower. So think of it, and it's funny because we came across this separately, but it has a lot similar to do with TI strength, which is an indicator that I made that's looking for not even close to the same mathematics behind it, but it's the same principle in which for something like TI strength, um, the TI strength may look at a handful of indicators as well, and TI strength I can divulge a little bit more. TI strength would say something like, if you're above the 200-day moving average, give it 1 point. If the MACD is pointing higher, give it 1 point. If you're above the 50-day, give it 1 point. And then if you're below the 10-day SMA, take away a point. So it's, instead of being a binary thing, which it's either like, the MACD is a binary indicator. You're either in an uptrend or you're in a downtrend. Those are the two ways that you can play a MACD. The um right? You're an uptrend, you're in a downtrend, everything else is kind of fugazi, right? You can only be in those kind of two states. Uh, the um, the difference is it's weighing all of those things at once, and it's doing all of that in real time. It's why it takes like a lot of data to compute both TI strength and go no go, because it has to look at these 17 ways, and instead of saying the MACD is pointing higher, therefore you buy the stock, which again we know that doesn't work. There's no indicator out there in the world that says buy here, sell here, and you make money and you're rich. It just doesn't occur. Um, so instead, what it's doing is it's saying, I'm going to take all these 20 indicators, and if they're positive, I'm going to add a point, and if it's negative, I'm going to subtract a point. And then I'm going to color the bars based off of how many points it has. And if it's dark blue, it means it has all those 20 points are lined up. It's in a very strong uptrend based off of, right, MACD, moving averages, stochastics, DeMarker, RSI, blah, blah, blah. All these things are pointing higher. It's a go. And vice versa. If all of them are pointing lower, it's a no-go. And then you have these areas in between where, if it's light blue, the majority are pointing higher, but there's still some that are pointing lower. And when you have the orange bars, you have about a 50-50 mix. Some are higher, some are lower. There's really not, anything, um, anything going on. So that's, again, it cleans up your chart, and that's the beauty of it. It's not a holy grail, but what it allows you to do is create trading plans around things. So, like a very easy trading plan that I could see is, these go pullbacks. You could say, hey, I'm going to look for stocks that are very strong, and they're putting in these go pullbacks, and I'm just going to go through and I'm going to click through these. And what I want to do is I want to find something that technically makes sense to me, right? So let's just use two examples. We have OGN, technically a go pullback because it's been in a weak trend for 3 bars in a row, but not really pulling back and nothing really to trade off of. But then if we take a look at BMY instead, well, I can start to see, right, we have this kind of downward channel that we're breaking out of today. We had a nice gap on earnings. I can very easily do all of my normal trade analysis on this chart, and it's not hidden by the fact that I have 30,000 indicators on it. It's one indication of, yes, this thing is now transitioning into an uptrend, and it's in a weak uptrend here. So what I may do is start to build a trading plan around this, knowing that um, I've done all my analysis. I like the fact that it was in a downtrend for a long time, and then earnings hit right here and it gapped up. It filled the gap on earnings, and now it looks like it's starting to push higher. So again, I'm able to quickly do my standard price action analysis on this chart because I don't have 1,000 indicators to deal with. And then from there, I could use the indicator. I could say, for example, hey, $50 is a whole number. If we get a dark blue bar up in this area, I'm going to buy that bar. I'm going to put my stop right here. Again, not some arbitrary place, but a place that in which we had buyers come in before. I'm going to put my stop right there, and maybe I'm going to hold it uh, until it turns light blue again, or a trend line or a moving average or something like that is broken. Right? I'm able to build a game plan in conjunction with what I'm seeing on the chart as opposed to separate from it, right? There's that ONON trigger. Let's do a little paper buy. I might do a real buy when I get back. I do compare volumes when the color changes. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And again, that's a perfect example of what I was talking about, where you want to take the idea that you created, that I just created with ONON, for example, right? At support right here, bounces off it, the bar is turning blue, all that stuff. You want to take that idea, you want to compare it to things. So I like your idea of, hey, more, it's breaking resistance and it's in an uptrend and we have increased volume. That could be a perfect little plan, right? Go no go. No, go no go is not based on the last bar. Go no go pulls in a lot of information, like 3 to 400 bars of data, and needs to use that 3 to 400 bars of data to calculate a lot of these indicators. Um, so another reason why it is incredibly data intensive. Why there is the go no go indicator in and of itself on different charts, but the ability to update it in real time, scan for it in real time, all of that stuff. That's something kind of unique to trade ideas simply because of the raw data that has to be computed in order to do that. A lot of raw data needed to compute. Yeah, so it's 300 plus bars just to kind of get started on on that, which again is it's a lot. It certainly is a lot. Um, it should update as the bar happens for sure. It should be updating in real time as some of the indicators are moving. But that also leaves an infinite amount of time. Like, for example, if it's this is dark blue right now, but if all of a sudden we kind of crash and say close down here at ONON, some incredibly negative news comes out, then that bar will obviously not be dark blue anymore, right? It will be orange or pink or something like that. As it crosses a number of those indicators, and as a couple of those shorter term indicators look negative. It's one advantage of having something like a go no go where it's calculating all of these things is that it's doing so in a way that the some of the indicators are going to be very fast in nature. They're going to update in real time. They could flip multiple times throughout a day. They could do certain things like this. Other some of those indicators are going to be much slower in nature. They're going to take a number of bars in order to actually turn from green to red. Uh, this is why you generally see long periods of both, is because even if this goes down for a period of time, it takes a while for some of those indicators to say, okay, we're now in a downtrend. And again, that's very, very common, and makes perfect sense when you think about it, which is that uh, the when most times, right, there's a very common saying with trend trading, and it's that the bottom 15% and the top 15% are the most expensive in trading. And essentially, what's just meant by that is that the people who try to catch the top and the people who try to catch the bottom within trends, generally speaking, have a very bad time, because for a trend to exist, there needs to be a certain amount of action to take place. CVNA might be a good example here, right? If you were trying to buy CVNA anywhere kind of down in this area, well, you're not a trend trader, right? You're a value investor, you're a revision to the mean trader, you're something, but you're not a trend trader, right? CVNA really only started uptrending, right about here. So it means for it to be in an uptrend, you had to miss all this. And same with the other way around. If you were shorting CVNA right up here, then you're not a trend trader. And then something like go no go would make no sense for you. If you're someone who's trying to buy the bottom and sell the top, well, you're not a trend trader. You're a revision to the mean. You're something else, but you're not a trend trader. So CVNA really wasn't in a technical downtrend until it broke down right here. So it had to go from almost $400 down to 275 or so, until it was kind of registered as downtrend. So what trend traders are trying to do is they're trying to just play off of a basic kind of knowledge that exists in the market that trends persist. So first you have to wait for the trend to be established, and then you need to figure out how to get in that existing trend for a continuation, where a lot of people who want to be trend traders end up falling on their face is they get mad when they miss a lot of a move, right? But you're always going to miss a lot of a move. If you're a trend trader, you're going to miss the bottom and you're going to miss the top, because the trend can't change at the top and the trend can't change at the bottom. The trend has to change somewhere in that middle that middle part of life. This one's one of these crazy guys from yesterday. Are the bar's colors not as firmly decided at the opening each day? No, it won't be. They won't be decided at the beginning of each day, because they can change as the day goes on. If you watch, for example, off the open, you can see that things will change as time goes by. Um, and again, that's by design, right? So yeah, things can change as the bars go by, because there is some fluctuation or movement uh, to what's happening. Geez, yeah, that blew right through. I was actually on my phone. That's why I was umming and ahhing for a bit. I did buy some of this name, and my worst case stop will go below this low, and I'm just going to see if this is going to continue. 14% short flow. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, things can certainly change, and you'll see this list kind of grow over time as more and more names are kind of entering the world of things that are now in a go versus things that are in a no go. Um, Trying to think of something that we could see move, but it'd be harder to. The So does it include pre-market? So the daily bars won't, because these indicators are based off the close, right? Most indicators are based off the close, right? So you have, for example, um, like a moving average, right? A 10 period moving average is just the 10 closes divided by 10, right? And MACD is going to be based on the 10 close. So pre-market and post-market on daily bars don't matter. On intraday bars, it's going to matter just whether you have it on, right? So let's take GLD, and this is with pre-market on. If I go and I switch pre-market off, it's going to change. It's going to change the look of the bars. Properties, and then we're going to go pre-market back on. Right, you can see these bars that were blue are now not blue, and that's just because whether or not the underlying indicators. So say you have a 10 period moving average. Well, that 10 period moving average is going to very much determine, right, what, if that makes sense, right? If you have pre-market on, those last 10 bars are no longer the last 10 bars of yesterday. They're now the 10 bars that have happened in the pre-market. So I meant the bars the first 15 minutes after opening. Are they more accurate? No, I wouldn't say more or less accurate. Again, it's just showing you what the indicators are. Now, I will say, um, if, for example, you are trading, um, I don't know what example to use. Yeah, this one might work. So you see how I have gold here, and um, I have pre-market on. Well, if you look at some of these candles, right, like that's actually a candle. These like little ticks right here, based off some of these indicators, like a moving average, for example, um, it's going to count those, right? So it's going to say, uh, yes, this counts as a candle for the moving average. And let's say, again, just use the example of the 10 period moving average. Let's say that there is a 10 period moving average in there. Um, then what will happen is it's going to count, right, these kind of bunk candles. Now, whether or not you want those counted is going to be 100% up to you. Now, for me, I look at a candle like that and I'm like, that doesn't really make sense to me personally. That would be um, part of the calculation. These little dinky candles that do nothing. So that would be um, a moment where I probably wouldn't care too much, and I probably wouldn't include pre and post market data on this name. But then if we took something, I don't know, like the SPY, right? And the SPY uses, obviously, trades a lot, right? It trades, if we go to the SPY and we go to the pre market, see how all of these candles are valid. This, I think, it'd be fine to leave pre market on for. Same as, again, let's just grab an indicator. Let's just grab a moving average. We'll do an EMA and let's do a short term. Let's do a 5 EMA. Well, you can see how the EMAs, it's pretty smooth here, a 5 period EMA, because again, each of these candles from the pre-market open until it closes on the SPY or the S&P 500, that's done 20 million shares today. That's going to be pretty fluid. Same on something like Apple. You're not going to see a candle on Apple that has no volume. But if we go to GLD, which, you can see how the moving average kind of spikes and jumps and bumps and pops around in through here. That's because, again, these candles count even though they don't matter. And what's a, I don't know, outlet. Let's do this, a really low volume stock, right? This stock has done 83,000 shares today, and that's 5 times normal volume, right? This one, again, I watch this because I use the product and I like it, um, but doesn't do a lot of volume. You can see how all of this stuff kind of pops around. I wouldn't use pre-market on something as liquid and crazy as something like this. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I think it's less to do with whether or not pre-market is on or pre-market is off. I think it has more to do with the fact is the pre-market trading substantial, right? If the pre-market trading is substantial, you had earnings that day, um, or it's just something that's incredibly high volume, then yes, absolutely go ahead. What was Iris' example? CXAI. That looked like it was something. Yeah. So if you look at this one, you're talking 650 times normal volume on this name. That's incredible, right? It's on 142 million shares today, right? There's been more shares traded hands in this name than there has been in the S&P 500, which again is wild. And you can see that all these candles are really solid. They reported earnings obviously on this candle back here, and ever since then this has been actively traded. This makes total sense to me to leave pre-market data on, where something like gold or something like that, I would turn it off. Um, and I would not just apply that to go no go. I would apply that to everything, right? If you're looking at a stock and that stock's barely traded in the pre or post market, I don't think you should include an indicator in the pre or post market because it's just picking up gobbledygook, right? It's always important to, and I do this a lot, and I know I'm kind of harsh with it, but demystifying these indicators I think is very very important. It's important that uh, no one would ever fly a plane based off of uh, just looking at a couple instruments. But that's what indicators are. They're kind of our instruments if we're flying a plane, right? We're going to fly the plane kind of what we see in our eyes, right? We're not just going to look entirely at, the altitude one for, I don't know anything about flying a plane, obviously, so I could butcher this, but you've got this altitude meter that shows how you're high up. You're not just going to go straight down until it's almost zero and then just pull up the nose and hopefully made a good landing. You're going to use that indicator in conjunction with other indicators, and then you're going to use those other indicators in conjunction with your own experience and your ability to see things, right? So the it's no different with any other indicator out there. So the question is, when you look at the mathematics behind the indicator, does it make sense if you put on pre or post market? I would argue yes for anything that's doing a lot of volume, and then I would argue no for anything that's not doing a lot of volume, right? So again, the CXAI, this is a perfect example of one that yes, I would leave pre-market and post-market on, because it's obviously impactful, right? It's obviously doing something in the pre and post market. Uh, Again, 143 million shares today. It's doing a million shares. You can see here's the volume on the 3-minute chart. On this 3-minute candle, it's already done a million shares. That's pretty wild. Yeah, that I would definitely want to see every piece of data that I possibly can. What's going on in the market? I've been in webinars and doing podcasts and chatting and doing all kinds of stuff all day. I really haven't had a chance just to sit back and see what we're doing. If earnings are reported the day before in the post market, etc., you may want to include pre market for intraday trades since the effect may have been shown. Yeah, exactly. It kind of comes down to what is the goal of what we're trying to do, and what is the goal with indicators, right? And it's we are trying to not put a bunch of things together that have some sort of magic to them, right? What we're trying to do is we're trying to detect the sentiment of the traders. Are people buying? Are people selling? Is it trending up? Is it trending down? All of those things. So when you have candles like I showed in GLD, these candles are not saying, hey, there's somebody very interested in buying GLD right here, or very interested in selling GLD. None of these candles are indicating anything, because there's no volume going through. So there's nothing interesting happening here with these things. Now, yeah, that CXAI, every one of these candles is a battle, right? There are, even on where these are lower volume candles in the pre-market, you're still talking 45,000, 75,000 shares per. So you times that by 3, you're getting 6 figures worth of dollar amounts are flowing through every single one of these candles. Now that the market's open, this opening candle did 7 million shares. So you multiply that by 3, that means $21 million changed hands on that candle alone. That's something that's going to be interesting. It's going to show a clear battle between bulls and bears occurred on that candle. A candle with 1,000 shares going through it. Well, right, somebody bought or sold $3,000 worth of stock. It is beyond irrelevant to the grand scheme of things and what is actually happening. So yeah, it's always important to keep the eyes on the prize, right? And to say, what is it that I'm looking at? What is the goal of it, and what do all these things mean? I find there's too many people kind of get lost in the sauce, right? Too many people get um, yeah, they miss the forest for the trees. They're too focused on an indicator. They're too focused on a setup, a bull flag. Oh, I heard if you buy bull flags, you'll make a lot of money. It's like, no, probably not if you do it blindly. You'll probably lose money if you just trade bull flags just because you see a bull flag and you take a trade. What's important to note is what does a bull flag represent? And it simply represents um, stock was in an uptrend. It took a rest for a period of time, and now the uptrend's continuing. It's the context behind all of these other things that make things important, right? Yeah. So again, it's always just what what is what is the goal I'm trying to achieve, and then look at the indicator from there, right? What's the now that I know what I'm trying to achieve, what indicator should I use? It also it helps to make sure that it makes sure that you're understanding the like if I'm a revision to the mean trader, go no go is not going to be something that's interesting to me, right? It doesn't make any sense at all, right? Um, Bollinger Bands or RSI or something like that, that's going to make way more sense to me. Um, the yeah the If I'm a trend follower, then I don't really care about RSI or stochastics or any of those overbought oversold indicators. It just doesn't it won't benefit my trading. That's why I always say it starts with a trading plan, and then from a trading plan, then it goes into a little deeper on what tools do I need to do to help me with that trading plan. Again, if I'm a revision to the mean guy, I might be big into Bollinger Bands and RSI and stochastics and things that measure that overbought, oversold conditions. But if I'm a trend trader, those could not be more useless to me, and vice versa, right? If I'm a trend trader, I'm going to be using something like Go No Go. I'm not going to be using Bollinger Bands and RSI and stochastics and those type of things, right? So, again, the indicators turn what you're seeing on the screen into mathematics, right? Um, how do I create a stock rate? Yeah, so there's lots of stock races out there. I would just open up the channel bar, right? If you go to explosive winners, there's going to be one right here. There's one in most of these channels: opening range break, Bitcoin mining, and most of these channels you're going to have stock races. So you can click on any of those channels in the channel bar and you'll get one. How to create one? Well, if you have a top list that you like. So say for example, these two top lists right here, these are my ETF watcher. They're just showing me the ETFs that are up the most or down the most. And I try to get some sort of gauge on how the market is feeling and what sectors are moving based off of what I see here. Now, if I want to turn one of these into a stock race to see in real time which of these sectors are doing the best and which are doing the worst, I just right click on it and I click launch real-time stock race. And this opens up right here. If I want to click this little cog, then I can go through some of the settings, right? I can rename it. I can put in some very basic settings features. I can also right click in it and click show race setup. And that's going to have this screen, which tells me, all of the things. How many race lanes do I want to have? How many minutes do I want the race? Let's make this a 2-minute race. Let's do, instead of change from the close, we could do, we'll do change from the close. I can do all of this inside the stock race, and I can just hit go, and away I go. So first you build your existing top list, something that you want to see update a little more in real time. And then from that, you build your list. So I hope that helps. But yeah, it's um, they always originate from some sort of top list or some sort of um, alert window. Hi, Barry.
Hi.
I hear you. That
Well,
volume
I
is
heard you
loud.
talking about CXAI. So, and I actually heard you talk about the pre. I never really thought it that way. I always use pre-market, and but I heard you talking about it. And of course, most of the things I'm watching have always had lots of volume in the pre-market because
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing. So that's why I always have been using pre-market. But
yeah.
look at CXAI. Now, you asked me. I'm still kind of in. I wish we had a 4-minute chart, but I'm in between actually the 3 and the
Yeah.
5. But I actually don't mind having them both up. 5 gives me a little bit of confirmation on the 3. Look at CXAI though. Okay, I know you guys were
Which
trying
time
to
frame?
look at the 3 minute. You can look at the five
Yep.
minute,
Okay.
both. But if you look at the 3 minute, and you can see we had the right at 11:18, we had that little aqua, or well, I call it aqua, and then it transitioned to blue. And look what
Yeah.
it did from there. Okay. Now on the 3, notice that we did
No.
get some aqua coming back. I started to take a little bit off then, but if you look at the 5, there was none of that. So it's sort of weird, because the 5, if I don't see that on the 3, the any of the aqua that started at 11:57, then I'm still kind of in the trade almost my entire position until, I'm still in it, on the 5.
Well,
So
and that's going to be the power with this, right? A lot of people are asking how to use it, right? And like we talked about, the conjunction with, right, you're waiting for these lighter blue bars, and then you probably just noted that, right, it's what, 285 ish or even
yeah,
$3, right? That you're
on
not
both
just,
of them, the 5 and the 3. Yeah, it was
yeah, you're saying,
pinpoint.
hey, we have this well defined range. Let me trade it as if we're breaking out of that well defined range. So combining price action with the indicator, I think, is the first thing that's really good about it. And the second thing that I think is really good about it is that whole staying in the trade. So if I was in something like this, I think my rule would be the first bar to, I would probably be in the whole lot on the 5 and say, hey, the first bar that closes light blue, then that's probably going to be my exit to, I'm going to exit then, and then maybe look to get involved again if it sets up. But the same with most trend things, and the rips or clouds or even just regular moving averages and all this. One of the main benefits I think that most traders would have from it is just that confidence to stay in that rule
Mhm.
set to, because it's, in my opinion, it's the hardest part of the
No
trade is
question.
when do you take profits. So having
No
a
question.
very basic rule, right? You got into this because of a lot of things, right? Gapped up on the day, it's doing a crap ton of volume.
Yeah.
It put in this nice defined base. It was still showing in an uptrend on this nice defined base. A lot of those non go no go related reasons help you pick this stock and get into it. But yeah, just using go no go to say, hey, I'm going to stay in until right it, and then it depends on how much wiggle room you want to give it. I could see a rationale to say, hey, I'm going to stay in this till it turns pink. What you're going to have to be okay with is you're going to be giving up a lot of uh, unrealized profit. You're going to be giving up a lot of unrealized profit, right? Because,
Yeah, and I
you
think
know,
that's where the trader has to come in. The
yeah.
trader in you has to come in, a little bit of a sense of what might be happening. Because even if I had just been looking at it on a 5 minute chart instead of a three, and on the five there's no aqua. There were a couple of moments there because I have an idea. It's only 12 million in the float. A lot of bad things can happen. Also,
Oh,
I
yeah.
would always protect myself a little bit, to take some off, and then but then keep, now at this point I'm just going to keep in until I see an aqua on the five. I'm just going to keep it. And by the way, Michael, you asked the news on this one. If you look at the silly news on it, it's an earnings play, but that's not the reason. They signed a multi-year, multi-million dollar contract with Google Cloud.
Oh, well, there you
That's the
go.
news. That's the news.
Well, that's a little bit more than silly. I think that's a
Well, when I say
pretty
silly, I
creative.
mean, I jokingly said a multi-year multi could be 2 years and $2 million, or it could be, 5
Oh, they
years and
didn't
100 million. I
say.
mean, no, they didn't say it.
Oh,
Just a multi-year, multi-million dollar contract. And but it's such a low float. But no, the way I interpret news like that, because in the room, I kept saying, guys, this could be one of those ones later on in the day. If it takes out three, you could get going, because people will be looking at that sort of a press release, and it's an eye-catching press release. Even if it's fluff, even if really it's not exactly what people think it might be, it doesn't really matter today.
right.
It just matters that the perception of that looks pretty darn good, and at least for today. So
Yeah, no, and that again, that makes absolutely perfect sense to me. Where you take a tiny little dinky company like this, and you put Google in the headline,
yep,
it's gonna go.
and multi-million and multi-year, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like some sort of yeah, but
All
it's
right, Michael. Well, I know
it's
you're
worth its
probably got
own
another
weight.
podcast or something to get ready
Oh,
for.
I
So,
hope not.
oh, not okay. Well, why
It,
don't you stick around for another hour then?
it's been a day. I kind of feel like a berry today. I started talking right off the open this morning. I've been talking ever since.
Oh, really?
I don't know how you do it, man.
It's
I don't
fun,
know how
isn't
you do
it?
it.
Well, well, it's fun because, well, you're a little bit different because you're doing a kind of structured podcast to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I always look at what I do. It's reality TV. I don't know what's coming next. I really don't know what's coming next. It's just a matter, what are we seeing? What's moving?
Yep.
And so it makes it really interesting in that regard. It's certainly not boring. Not that
No.
what you're doing is boring, but you just have more structure. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I'm glad this go no go is working out for. I have a meeting with them soon, and I'll pass your feedback because again, it was not designed for day traders. It was
Yeah.
designed for financial advisors. So I think they're going to be pumped that. But it's one of the things we talk about all the time with trading, right? It's all fractal, right? The same ideas and premises that work on the daily chart generally work on the 5 minute,
Hmm.
generally work on a weekly chart. It's just the speed at which everything's happening, right? And whether you're someone who
Right.
acts really quick or not.
The other thing, Michael, I know I pointed a couple of them, and because I don't think it's in the documentation anywhere. I don't think they've really even thought about it. But what I've been noticing, and not on a day like today, where we really haven't had a lot of stocks down because the market's been so great,
Hmm.
the stocks that are down for the day and then trying to bounce and going from that deep purple to the pink. I've seen so many that seems to be a wonderful time to get in on a bounce. And I'm pretty sure that's probably going to be nowhere in any documentation, right?
No, that's something. And again, I would. the more that you're experimenting with is great. Make sure you're taking notes and everything because
Oh yeah,
I want to add to these scans and build more, and especially more intraday ones. They're giving me a little more horsepower on the Market Explorer server that will help with that. I think because that's the limiting factor right now is the
right.
it's a lot to calculate all of this stuff. Each one goes back like 500 bars or something
I
crazy.
heard you say that. Wow, I
Yeah,
didn't realize that.
because some of
Okay.
the indicators are just very very long term in nature, so it needs a lot of data.
Hmm.
But yeah, I the more we can do cool stuff like that with it, I think that's fantastic because it makes sense. And I have the insider knowledge of knowing all the indicators that are inside, so it would make sense that these things, that a lot of these indicators, when they're just starting to turn, which is what dark purple to light pink would mean, you're getting just more of these indicators starting to turn, then it would make sense that in some cases, if you're a counter trend trader, that I would much prefer see people do that with their trying to buy the dip than the people who are just, hey, I'm going to buy it because it's going down, because at least you're
Hmm.
waiting for a number of those indicators to start pointing higher. You're saying, okay, there's a little bit of momentum on my side based off these indicators. I can start to take, the momentum to the downside is at very least slowing,
Right.
and sometimes that is a good place to try to
Well,
snag a
there's
turn.
the math is on your side. I guess you could also, I guess the math is on your side, when something like that is happening.
Yeah.
Okay, I better get out of here. I'm
All right.
taking a look at GNLN right now. So, okay, Michael, thanks so much.
All
We'll
right.
see you next week.
Have a good one.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, guys. Did Michael ever take over the screen? Guys in YouTube, yeah, just give me a moment here, okay? Okay, guys. I'm back in both rooms, and give me one moment. Get my music going. So, YouTube guys, did Michael ever take over my screen, or did he ever put his screen on? Or did he just click on my name to get the screen back? Okay, David? Can you see my screen now, though, with the CXAI, the four charts? Oh, okay. Oh, my screen is down. What does that mean, Nestor? My screen is down. David saying yes. Oh, okay. He did. Okay, because normally I have to do it. Okay. All right, we're good. No, Whitey, in the main room, I know you guys can. You always see the screen. It's in YouTube that I'm talking about. So we were talking about CXAI guys and how I know Shady called it at 285. I was kind of waiting more for around the three. You heard me talking about it early and thinking that this had the look of something that if it got going later on, and if it ever took a three, look out. But here you can see on the 5 minute, you see the transition right there. Hopefully you can see it from aqua to the light blue, right at 283. That's on the 5 minute chart, and on the 3 minute chart, basically the same. Now I did not take it right there. I waited just a little bit. I was a little reluctant actually to take it under three, but I decided this time to do it. And on the five, I mean, in theory, you could be in your entire position still. In theory, I wouldn't be. I'm not, because of these little jogs down, and only because it only has 12 million in the float. You just got to be a little bit careful. But look at the volume. My goodness, 151 million shares. So now, this still has some room. I mean, we look left. I think it's right at 368. Okay. What was the high today? 376. So it's got to take out that 368 again. On the weekly chart, the next high is around four. So, no, Peter. Yeah, I understand. I was wondering, though, he must have clicked on my name to get my charts back, or my screen back, after he left, because I did not do it. Normally, I have to do it. Any Holly trades today in terms of what, DF Starman? I mean, there have been some AI alerts today, if that's what you mean. I only took one of them. I took, what did I take? The CMG short. And meanwhile, yeah, I mean, what a move in the market, all based on that PPI number that came out. I guess that's 8:30. Again, whether you like these numbers or not, whether you think it's justified that the market, who cares? I mean, I shouldn't say who cares. We just have to trade what we see. Okay, we just have to see trade what we see. So I didn't do any of the long alerts today, DF Starman, in our AI. Remember now, I have a lot of scans that I like. Okay, the for me the AI is just sort of an adjunct. Okay, I look at it, but I have my own scans that I like. So the only long ones there was, well, this is still long. OGI, little alert at 172. It's 183 right now. It was a little earlier, right around here. Starbucks was a long alert. It didn't move that much. It was in at 93.69, got up to 95.83. Not bad. Those are two long ones. And another one was HSAI, and it's really not done much. 415 was the alert. It's at 409 now. But of course, the interesting thing about the Starbucks and the CMG, the Starbucks long by the AI and CMG short. If you don't know the story, the CMG CEO abruptly quit and went to become the CEO of Starbucks. So it's interesting that our AI picked up both of them. Yeah, CXI. I mean, there's still, looking at this, there's still no reason to get out other than if you're also looking at a 3 minute. This would have probably got, but I'm following on this one anyway. I'm following more the 5 minute, mainly because the alerts came at the same time. I'm actually, I mean, there's only a 2 minute difference between a 3 and a 5 minute chart. I get it. But I'm seeing a lot of times, and maybe it's the really like the ones that are trading like an immense number of shares. The difference between the color transition and the 3 and the 5 are almost the same in a lot of them. There's like a 2 cent difference here. All right, let's take a look at OSTX. So this was also obviously halted on the way down. So this is the type of stock, guys, that could later on get going again. Okay, ELWS. I mean, the high was around 5. It's pulled back down to the 430 level. But if we get some volume coming in, I know CASA or Draw posted the float. We don't have any float in for. Let me find the float. They don't have to do all the work all the time. Let me find out what the float on that one is. I know it's going to be low. And this is a Japanese stock. So yeah, the float is about 1 million. Okay. So the float is about 1 million in this one. You can see that if it gets to the 476 level, okay, up in this level right here. Yeah, the blue line didn't show up. Just give me a moment. Okay, there it is. So you can see if it gets up here again on some volume, and it may just pop right through, because when you look left on the weekly chart, there's nothing. And when you look left on the monthly chart, I think there's still room. Yeah, so the next what did it get to today? It got up to 520, and the high in this month right there is 560. So yeah, I mean, if it takes out five on a lot of volume, you could easily get through all that 520. Maybe get the, I mean, there would be the fantasy level, the 13. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but now all bets are off, of course, if it just slip slides away. But we see this a lot, some of these high flyers, and then they just don't do anything for several hours. And then, 1:30, 2 o'clock, all of a sudden, the enthusiasm comes back, and sometimes they can just pop. Witness GNLN yesterday. This was even a little bit later, I think. It's going to look a little compressed. But this is 2:30, guys. I mean, this is 2:30 right there. Look what happened at 2:35 for GNLN. And that, for several hours, it really didn't do much. It was sort of stuck between, I mean, eight and nine for a long time. And then all of a sudden at 2:35, boom. And it got all the way up to $21. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen to any one of those ones that we're kind of looking at, or maybe the late day thrust. I mean, this was unique. Then, of course, they sprung a financing on the market about 3 minutes before the market closed, which is really, really scummy. The reason being is that a lot of people, like myself, I mean, I was fortunate enough, I was out before this, but I would not be. There was a part of me that might have held this into the pre-mark after hours. There's a part of me I would not have been holding it overnight, just because it's such a low float. Anything could happen, which it did. But to release the put a financing 3 minutes before the market closes, to not let people get out before the market closes. Pet peeve of mine. Yeah, 115. You're right. 115 is Bostic. I don't know if he's going to say anything interesting. He's a Fed president talking at 115. So right now on the CXAI, I am lightening the load again, just because we're getting this. This is the first. This is the first little aqua we're getting. Now it's not. It's not a lot. Okay, it's not a lot. But this is since the. I didn't again. I did not get in right at 285, but since the area I got in, it's been blue, blue, blue. Now that's the first little aqua we're getting. Ah, I see that Bitcoin. Okay, well, this is surprising me because remember we had a little drop in ELWS. All right, guys, here we go. A little bit of volume coming in to ELWS. A little bit of volume coming in, and we have that. Well, we had the transition. Interesting. We had a transition to blue, but just because it pulled back a little bit, it remained aqua, but now it's back to blue again. What is it right here? It's still aqua here. Again, remember, going from aqua to blue is the theory being that strong. It hasn't happened here in the five, but it's happened. See how it's flipping back and forth? That's because it's pulling back just a little bit. I don't know if you can really see my screen, but so whatever he is saying, it's not really affecting the market yet anyway. Now, what's very bullish, can be very bullish, is if it goes from orange, it might be hard to see on my 5-minute chart, but you see it where the orange, if this turns into a blue, in other words, bypassing the aqua, that for me has been very bullish. There's good volume coming in. There is good volume coming in. And because it's basically, I guess it's a crypto play. I mean, crypto is doing wow. I mean, crypto's up 2,200 now, almost 61,000 plus. So this is a crypto play, obviously being dragged along because of crypto. I don't see any specific news on it. There might be, if I don't know if somebody has been able to find some specific news for ELWS other than just kind of rolling with the cryptos. We saw FIBO earlier, Baba. I see you were talking a little bit about FIBO. Yeah, we saw FIBO earlier, FEBO. Boy, the volume is coming in on the 5. It's just not lifting it that much. Though I guess we could say, I mean, yeah, I guess it did actually. I mean, this was down to 428 and got up to 481. So that is a big pop. But can it be sustained? That's the deal. Can it be sustained? Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just reading. So that got me out of the CXAI, guys. Okay, that got me out completely. You know, that finally we get that transition on the 5. That got me out. Now, if it comes back up to this level here again, you know, I may get back in, but that's what got me out. As Michael and I were talking about, one of the hardest things, and for me too, I mean, is knowing when to start taking profit and maybe knowing when to get out of something. I'm just I'm using this as a guide. So a million in the float, and it's traded 26 million. So turn the float over 26 million times. There's 26 times 26 million. That would be something. 26 times. I see CMG is actually having a nice bounce still. Wow, man, this popped up 488 and came right, dropped 20 cents just like that. But it sure looks good, guys. It sure looks like it might want to have that pop. I'm talking about the ELWS. I mean, getting through 5 would be unbelievable if it could do it. And see look how many races this has won. This is why, I mean, you follow these ones all day long. Something that's won 18 races, CXI AI won 11 races, you got to follow them all day long. They can set up in different ways. And on the large cappers, Upstart is one. Somebody mentioned Verona, all-time high. Yeah, this is an all-time high. Well, this is the all-time high, but okay, guys. While I wait a little bit, and the only reason I'm lagging on this ELWS, I'm just looking at the 5, okay, and I'm looking at the 3. Yeah, the 3 turned blue, but it would really have to take out the high of that candle, which is about, for me anyway, which is 482. And I'd also like to see. Oh, thank you. Well, not. I don't mean thank you. Sorry, Mark. You're in this one. But that's why I wait. I wanted to see. I wanted to get the confirmation also on the 5 minute, which it wasn't happening. All right, let me go over my homepage and all the information you can find on it. Okay, on my homepage, you will find a way in which you, believe it or not, you can take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use, Larry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code, whatever code it is. That can change, of course, but whatever code you do see, because this will really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with a download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? If you are new to Trading 101. Now, if you're in our YouTube room, you were listening to Michael. Michael put this series of videos together, all free, okay? You don't have to sign up for it. You can just go to my homepage, Trading 101, a series of videos, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. Also, how is SMR doing? Is it still holding over 10? Yeah, it's hanging around 10. Okay, the trigger was 950. It actually triggered yesterday. and it closed below that, but it did not get stopped out. And now you're in a positive position. How you trade these, if you trade them, up to you. They are designed for longer term holds. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Education section is here, and here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, just when you click on my homepage link, to scroll down. Yeah, just scroll down until you see the center section there. These are my scans. These are the two races that I toggle back and forth on. Okay, these are the top two right there in the list. The third one is another race that you can have. I'm just not showing it, but it's a large cap losers. These are big gainers. They don't care about what the market cap is, what the float is. These do care about what the market cap, half a billion market cap, and a 50 million float. Here, I don't put any restrictions. And momentum is here. Momo is there. And let's see, the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay, right here. Just a different way of presenting our data. I haven't really had a chance to look at this today, but I do have other scans. And here's the halts resumes over. Halts resumes is over here. I haven't had a chance really to look at the other scans or this today. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running though, and neither should you. That'd be way too many. Okay. Michael Storm in our YouTube room. In the detail, when you say your details page, you're talking about the trade ideas details page? Your ATR dollars, is that a formula? Not sure I know what you mean. I mean, I'm not sure I know what you mean. So if we type in ATR, I mean, if you click on the help, yeah, so unfortunately ATR is not here. So it must be average or something, average true range. So average true range, $1. So what is your question really? Under earnings. Oh, I see. It's not a custom formula, if that's what you mean, but let me see what you were talking about. Okay, so here's my homepage. So you're talking about in one of the scans, second column. Okay. So where is ATR? These are pre-market actives up and down. So where are you talking under earnings in your personal details? Where do you see ATR? Okay, again, when you talk about my details, are you talking about in the scan section or some other section? So it's not under my monthly chart. You're baffling me here. You're talking about on my homepage? Or are you talking about in what I'm sharing here? The monthly chart? I mean, okay, you're talking about here, the monthly chart? This is, you're talking about this? Okay, okay. You're talking about in the single stock window. Yeah, the average true range. That's it's the average true range, 128. So that's what its average is. Again, I think it's over the. I mean, I'd have to check, but I think it's over the last 10 days or 14 days. Okay, you're talking about that ATR right there as an example for SMR at 128. There's no code. It's just a filter. It's the average true range filter. It's just this. There's no code to it. Yeah. Okay. So again, this is just a filter, a normal filter, average. So here it is. I mean, this is the average, and add the filter. There's no code to it as such. I mean, whatever you want the minimum average average true range to be, you put a minimum or you want a max, whatever. There's no code. It's just a filter. Now, what it does, the only thing I don't know is it's over 14 days. Okay, so it's the average true range. So the average range of the stock over the last 14 days. That's what it is. Just looking at the definition in the help, last 14 trading days. Okay. So you mean, for instance, if you had, but are you looking at stocks that are under a dollar? Well, I mean, you do. I mean, honestly, you do have it available. I mean, this is nothing. I mean, it's just a filter. Well, you may not have it in. You have to add it. Oh, okay. Well, you have to add it. This is a single stock window. These are all filters. You have to add it. Okay. I mean, so if I right click and I mean, the single stock window is this is what I like to see. Okay. So if I click on the configure, I've just lost my connection, guys, for some reason. Just give me a moment. Oh, I know why. Okay, give me a moment. I just lost my connection. It'll come back. Okay, so now I'm back. So in the single stock window, if I right click on my single stock window, I click on configure. These are just filters. Okay, these are all. I mean, these are. I could click on more if I click on relative, and then I show more. These are all the filters that I got that I have. Show more. Sorry. So these are all the filters that are available, and I can put them in here. Well, I don't know. I don't know what you mean because I mean this is just a filter, average true range. Oh, I don't have. I have yes, the percent of average true range is another one, but that's very different from the average true range. If you go to an alert window or your top list window or go to your single stock window, and there it is. change from the, maybe this is what you're talking about, the percent of average true range. It's different. It's a powerful one, change from the open, and the percent of the average true range. But if you start typing an average and then T, you'll get this. I mean, this is not a custom formula or anything. And that's anywhere. I mean, an alert window or a top list window, the single stock window. Okay. Well, I did the same thing. I was typing in ATR, but yeah, it's average. Yeah. Okay, there you go. You got it. That's okay. I agree. I mean, ATR is such a common term. Okay, guys. Well, I was in now 140. William, what is on your agenda today? Okay, so William says he will keep the room open when I leave, anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to three. He will keep the room open until four, the main room. Meanwhile, the SPY has just had so far, we've had no, I mean, this looked like maybe the beginning of a sell-off down here, but not even close. We had a little blip here, but we are just still strong today. And 540, I mean, we're not that far from, the disaster day, which was a high of 554. And the start of the disaster, and then we're getting so close, right back. This reminds me of when the SPY broke down through 500 months and months and months ago, and that looked like that was it right here. Actually, it seems like a lot longer, but that was April of this year when it broke down through 500, and that looked like it was all over, for a long time. But well, there's no question, a weak dollar helps. Dollar up, market down. Dollar down, market up. Oof. All right, guys. Oof, the GNLN got ugly. Sort of holding out for, and it still could happen, but I was kind of holding out for a big break over 11. Looked really good here. I really thought, the longer it's holding over 11, I thought maybe this would really shoot it, but nope. Now this doesn't look. I mean, if you're following the go no go, this does not look that good now because now not only has it gone to aqua, then we get the orange, which basically is suggesting, well, we don't see an advantage one way or the other, actually. But then it turned immediately to the deep purple. There was no little pink transition. So, this doesn't look that good right now. I'm not trying to destroy anybody's trade, but I mean, that's what it looks like right now on a 3 minute go no go chart. Doesn't mean it can't pop up, but all right. So IMNM. This one, oh, nice transition. I did not see this one earlier. You can see again going from the deep purple, orange, basically saying no advantage. We don't see transition to aqua, and then to deep, then to the pink, to the blue. So if you're taking that trade, in the 13 level, hasn't moved that much, but I see that with Bush whoops, reiterating an outperform, maintaining a $33 price target. I also see that Piper Sandler, well, they were suggesting 27, but they're cutting their target to 23. So a bit of a battle between Wedbush and Piper Sandler. This is an earnings play today. You're right. I did not have AI alerts or shorts available. Also, the AI or AI, if you had shorts available for CXAI, yeah, it timed it beautifully, right at 372, almost right at the top. And this is what I'm talking about right here. Yeah, an alert short 372, 14% move now. I did not have shorts available. No, I wouldn't have done it because I was in the trade. So I probably wouldn't have done it, but maybe I'd done it. Maybe I would have done it now, on the 350 break. But I don't have shorts available. And you had a lot of time also because that alert to short it was at 12:31. So right here, that was where the alert happened. And it didn't, it sort of jogged around for a while before it really dropped. So you had all sorts of time to get into that short if you wanted to. How to add your chart view. Never mind, I found it. What did you mean by chart view? You mean how to create a chart or how to get it into go no go, Randy? All right, now this Maca has been halted on the way down again. Look at the volume. That first halt of the day, I think it was around 26,000 shares. It's only 67,000 right now. So, Randy, what did you mean by chart view? Are you talking about how to turn like a chart into the go no go chart? Okay. Now, then I should go over it again. Just for people who are somewhat interested about what this is all about. So, if you have trade ideas, you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and then you click on the go no go charts. Now, if you don't have, if you haven't added it, well, this is what you're going to see. You probably do not see you probably do not see a list of stocks in the scans. Okay. All I'm doing here, though, is for people who are thinking about maybe wanting to try go no go charts. Before you do it, you can. This is a pop up that happened, and all you have to do is watch a couple of the videos, launch video, channel explainers. Okay, and this gives you a little bit of information about the color transitions, and scroll down a little bit more information about go no go is all about. It may be something you want to try. It may not be. What I would do before I take it, because it is a $50 a month add-on. You can get 15% off the first month using my promo code. But before you do that, watch the videos and see if it makes at all any sense to even try it. And then again, if you're looking at this and you have added it and you're wondering, well, why are my charts? Why is this not a go no go chart? All you have to do is click on one of the symbols that you see in one of the scans. And the other thing is you must be on the latest beta. If you're on the latest beta, then this probably doesn't matter whether you have used browser interface checked or not. Now, sometimes it does matter. I don't know why. So if you're on the latest beta and you've got a go no go subscription and you've clicked on a symbol and you're still not getting the go no go charts, then right click on the chart and uncheck the use browser interface. Okay. And then if you want to have like what I've done, you want to have the charts outside of the channel. All you have to do is just right click on the chart and you duplicate it into a free floating window. When you do that, popped on my other monitor. Here it is, free floating. Now you can size it and you can duplicate it. So that's what I did here. I duplicated it 4 times. So I changed the time frame. So what I wanted, sized it. All right, guys. So I have about another, say, 40 minutes or so that I'm in the room. So if you do have questions, great time to ask. Now, Lay's, LASE. Now, yeah, don't like it. I mean, I was talking to Michael before he left when he was in our YouTube room. How this is an interesting setup for balance plays. Also, as he said, it's not in any of the go no go documentation, but something that's down for the day, which this is, and when it turns from deep purple to pink, that can be, especially if there's room. I mean, there's no room. You just look at the 5 minute chart. There's not a lot of room for it to run. But if we look left, and the next time was up around, I don't know, even 350 or something. That can be a sign to take this trade on a bounce. ESOA long. Last time I saw ESOA, it had kind of broken out. There was a big area of consolidation. Last time I looked, it had broken out. Yeah, so there's a pretty big consolidation here. Probably too late for me now. And when you look left on the monthly chart anyways, 949. I mean, that 949 obviously is close. Let's take a look at a weekly chart if it's the same. Can't see it on the weekly chart, but it's the same. So that's back in April. That's on the week. That's the week of April and April 8th, I think. So yeah, it might be a little too close. Okay, I see with Shady, it triggered for him. CXAI triggered. Well, I don't know what happened. The spy actually had a mini drop and then it came right back up. So I don't know. There was no no numbers that I know that were coming out right here. So I don't know. But something happened. Yeah, something happened. But that, I guarantee Apple, Nvidia, AMD, they're probably going to look just like that, aren't they? But they come right back up. Was he speaking? He kept speaking because he was supposed to speak at 1:15, right? Are you saying that he kept speaking for 45 minutes? I never know how long these guys speak, but I know he was scheduled to speak at 1:15. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, 1:15. So yeah, there's no test drive. The test drive is only for people at Centerpoint. So if you have a Centerpoint subscription, Centerpoint, we have a deal with them, I guess. I guess they have access to our standard service. So it's only for Centerpoint customers. Yep. I don't know what the plan. He kept speaking, really. Did he actually start at 1:15? I mean, that seems like a long time to talk. Yeah, Apple, I mean, it's the only thing is that the SPY has kind of recovered, whereas Apple has not quite recovered. Recovery would be right back up here. SPY has kind of recovered. Yeah, I would agree, to cut rates and then have to raise them again. I would probably, yeah, you'd probably want to make sure. Here's the CMG. Nice transition right there. 50/70 right there on the 5 minute. And also, yeah, the same on the three. Kind of liking the fact that some of these are very coinciding. Okay, so he's saying year end. Okay, I know a lot of people thinking next month we're going to get the rate cut, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. All right, guys, I'm just going to get up and stretch for a bit, so I'm going to put myself on mute, probably for about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, there's Sava here. Sava, what is Sava doing today? Up 7.5%. Thank you, Penny, in our YouTube room for the encapsulation of whatever Bostic is saying. Thank you for that. I've got to point this out to Michael on the CSI. AI. Okay, Randy, can you lock all the windows as one to move to another monitor, or you move it one by one? Well, okay, how many monitors do you have, Randy? I'm gonna show you a couple things you can do. How many monitors do you have? 3? Okay, you and me are the same. I've got 3 also. So this is the easiest thing you can do, because I think really your question is, when I open up Trade Ideas, I want all my Trade Ideas windows to be on the different monitors exactly the same exactly the same space every time I open up, right? Exactly the same place every time I open up Trade Ideas. That's kind of what you want, right? Okay. So here's my toolbar. Okay, if you put your toolbar in what you will call, what I call my main monitor. My main monitor is the one that I'm sharing with you guys. Okay, I put it in the upper left hand corner. Okay, now I arrange all my Trade Ideas windows exactly where I want them on all my monitors. You know, I've got a spy chart on my other monitor, but just put all of your Trade Ideas windows exactly where you want them on all your other monitors. Once you've done that, you just have to go File. I'm sorry, New. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'll get it right. Go to Tools, Tools, Options, and then click on Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts. And you see where it says Loading Layouts? If you check this, Open relative to main window, and then Save. What'll happen is when you shut down Trade Ideas and then open it up tomorrow or later on today, if that's what you want to do, all your windows will be exactly where you left them on all your monitors. That's the easiest thing to do. You are welcome. So maybe the market moved down like this because he said, I don't expect a rate cut until the end of the year, whereas the market is kind of expecting it next September, next month. But then the market says, who cares? As long as there's one. Okay, guys, I have about 20 minutes left in the room, so I love questions. Yeah, so this is what's called a compare count window, okay? Troy, you're talking about this. This is just a different way to present our data. A lot of people like to see, okay, it can sort of be used for market breadth a little bit. You know, this is telling me right now that since I started at 9:30, 74% of the stocks went up versus 26% went down. But with reference to what? So what a compare count window does is, I'll open this up. It basically takes two competing strategies. Okay, one scan on the way up, one scan on the way down, with essentially the same filters in place. So let me show you what I mean. So if I click on the configure, this actually will work in the pre-market. Not that I really use it that much in the pre-market, but so if all these filter values are met, stock is between 50 cents and $30. Volume is at least 300,000 shares. The volume in the last minute is 300% of normal, up 2% from yesterday's close, etc. Number of alerts, 25. What that means is number of new highs being made. Okay. I wouldn't get too hung up on what these are actually what I'm using here. The bottom line though is this: is that if I wanted to though and say, okay, with these essentially same filters in place, what stocks are moving down? And especially if I can flip this. So flipping means, watch what happens. I go to the red data now. So look what I did. I flipped new low now instead of new high. So these are all new lows, and the stock has to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. These are the things that can be flipped. You can't flip, a volume. You can't flip volume. If that makes sense. You can only flip things that can be flipped. So new high turns into new low, etc. Okay. So it basically takes two competing strategies and faces them off against each other. And then the data then is displayed in a ticker, a crawler. And this is telling me that since it started, 74% of the alerts that have come through were on the positive side versus 26 on the negative side, which makes sense when the market has done this. I guarantee that if the market had been moving down a lot, you probably would have seen more stocks that made new lows than made new highs with the filters in place. So it's just a different way of presenting the data. It's called a compare count window. So some might like to take a symbol list and maybe maybe a sector and just have, say, an energy sector, show me the stocks that are moving up versus the ones moving down, competing, things like that. Well, this is just like a normal scan, right? I mean, green here. It's just sort of telling me though that there are more stocks going up and going down in that particular, in those two scans. I mean, it's still a matter. You just click on the alert and you see what's happening. Doesn't mean absolutely take the trade or anything. What I do like though is all of a sudden sometimes you just see, some days you might see 80% green and 20% red. And then so you're seeing green, green, green. Then all of a sudden you see a red one. Click on it. See, well, like, why is that one red when virtually everything else is green? Sort of. I mean, because understand, you could just have these two alert windows side by side, right? You could. I mean, these are just basically two alert windows scanned side by side, except they're in a competitive mode. Yeah, they're called compare count windows. So new compare count. Okay, and so you could take your scan, your alert scan. Now, I haven't done one for so long, but you would take your alert scan, collaborate with it, and then you collaborate and you paste it in. There's nothing to do because I haven't collaborated. Paste it in, and then do the same thing on the say the downside. Paste it in, and then I don't look at any of this. I haven't checked any of this stuff ever in 14 years. And then now, if I started it, if I clear the data right now, so for instance, if in fact, I'm going to clear the data right now, if all of a sudden the market, put in a giant bar down, we would start to see some, then we would start to see a lot of red because at the time, so you can start this anytime. You're going to have you can have different time. You can keep one running all day and then duplicate it. And for whatever reason, if you wanted to just run the same type of thing in the afternoon to see if there's a big difference, I wouldn't overcomplicate it though. I just run it all day. So right now, there we go. There's VSAT showing up. So VSAT must be making a new low right there. No sound alerts on this. Okay, it's just a crawl. Oh, so people are used to. Well, I don't know actually how many people are used to crawls anymore, but in the old days, the ticker tape, that's what you'd see. So here's SATs. So VSAT on the way down, SATs on the way up. And this is I'm sharing on my homepage. It's just called upside versus downside. I just abbreviated it. And the reason I have no RV, I had one that had a relative volume in it. I probably should add relative volume in here. The reason I took it out is that I did want to see this in the pre-market. And so if you have relative volume as a filter and you're trying to use it in the pre-market, you'll get no data coming through. So that's why it says no RV. But most of the time, I am seeing things that are, they have decent relative volume. Yeah, you just click on the symbol. There's oust, another new low for oust. The trick now is going to be somehow to find these ones in some kind of a scan, and that's what Michael is going to try to work on. That will be the beauty of the go no go also. Okay, we've got their charts, and I'm using my scans, but we would love to have somehow give me a notification for oust when this happened, when that turned purple from orange. Now, it doesn't mean, does it mean that this was going to happen 100%? Of course not. But I want to have an alert when that does happen. Then I can kind of watch it to see if it is going to continue. This would be a lot. This would be a real change for us because now we're talking about, um, alerting on change, like sort of candle changes, which we don't do right now, really. But using a bar. This is, yeah. And the reason I don't use a heat map anymore is because it really slowed down my system like badly. It was the heat map that was causing my computer all sorts of problems. So I decided. I mean, the heat map is not unlike a top list window, really. Okay, because I can bring one. It's not going to destroy my system if I bring one back, but basically it is. Well, if, let me find one. But I'm using these two. Oops. Okay, so if I click on my homepage link, scroll down, click here. So it's these two. The pre-market actives up or down. Okay, now you'll get it as a top list window. Okay, if you click on that, and then you just have to turn it into show tree map. Okay. The reason I had to do that is that because the tree map was not available yet for a lot of people. And so, I had to constantly answer the question, well, I've clicked on how do I get a tree map? I don't have that option. Everybody should have that option now. So any top list window can be turned into a tree map. Okay. My earnings plays up, show tree map. Okay. Any top list window can be turned into a tree map. So that's what you're seeing in the pre-market, the pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. That's what I've got going. Now I said to Pepe last week when he was around, I'm going to see if maybe the tree map is not going to affect my system as much. But it's a little redundant though to have races and the tree map because remember what the tree map does. It does sort of what the race does. So, I mean, you can see CXAI up here. Basically, it's just going to keep shuffling. Now, this is the pre-market actives up, and I guess this is see what it is. I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, 104. So this is the change from the close. Okay, change from the close. 114%, 114%. So I mean, this is going to be different because this is not a matter of the change from the close. So there is a difference. I shouldn't say that this sort of, but I kind of like the race. I don't think I need to have a tree map also. What I did have, let me bring back the relative strength leader though. So here we go. So this is the relative strength leaders from the close. I mean, you're going to see very similar, here's ELWS there, CXAI here. I don't see TPST, must have dropped off. SOND is here. So you're going to see very similar stocks in this, first of all, in the top 10 list, and then probably here. I just don't want to get into information overload. Okay, now Shady, I know you're back in this CXAI, so could be interesting. Just based, I know you don't care about this, but the go no go. But the only thing is I have not really tested this on stocks that are already up for the day. This we're down for the day. This transition from deep purple to pink on a bounce on stocks that are down for the day has proven to be pretty interesting. Haven't really seen it the same way on stocks that are up for the day, though. Wow, 227 already. Okay, guys. So now I don't have to leave. You guys have questions, I can always hang around. Don't have to leave. But what I will do for the YouTubers, I will put the main trading room link in there. So if you want, when I do leave, you can head over to the main room. So all you have to do is click on my homepage link. This is for the YouTubers. So you click on my homepage link. At the very top here, it says trading room. That'll get you into the main room, okay? That I call the main room. They're just more traders in there, and they still want to talk about trading. Even when I leave, there's no screen sharing and there's nobody on the mic, but there's still a lot of traders in the room. Okay, that's up to you guys who are in YouTube. And then the main room will be open till 4. William will keep it open till 4. What was a disappointment was the ELWS. I was really hoping that might have a late day thrust, but doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it at all. And this was not shortable for me. You're welcome, Penny, in our YouTube room. Boy, somebody mentioned Verona a while back. Yeah, all-time high again. You know, every high of the day, that is an all-time high for VRNA. Okay, guys, it is now 2:30, so I'll hang around for another minute in case anybody wants to post a question. Otherwise, I will take off. I'll start off the exit by saying thank you very much again, as always, for all the help all day long. And I will be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. The main room is usually open, I want to say around 7:30, quarter to 8. I don't do it. Somebody else, Chris or William, opens it up. And then, but I don't get on the mic until 9. I don't think I'm going for a ride today. No, I'm got a couple of things I have to do. So unfortunately, Hall, no. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I will wrap this up. So again, thanks a lot, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to shut down the screen sharing first in the main room. So the screen sharing is now gone. I'll mute myself now in the main room. Now, YouTubers, you've got the link. If you want to head over to the main room, you have that link, but I have to shut you guys down completely because nobody's going to moderate it. So I have to, that's what I have to do. So I'm going to end the stream right now.